Have you ever felt like self-love is just another item on your endless to-do list, chased through achievements and approvals that never quite fill the void? What if the key to truly loving yourself isn't in becoming someone new, but in gently uncovering the peace that's been buried under years of doubt and noise? Imagine drifting into sleep, not with racing thoughts of inadequacy, but with ancient Buddhist whispers that melt away self-criticism and reveal the quiet freedom within your own heart. Remembering your true self through Buddhist wisdom, the lie of conditional self-love, and the path to freedom. In a world that constantly bombards us with messages about what it means to be worthy, it's easy to fall into the trap of believing that self-love is something earned through external validation. You've been lied to about self-love, the transcript reminds us, told that it stems from achievements, perfect appearances, or being admired by others. But if that were true, why does the emptiness persist? Why do compliments fade while self-doubt lingers? And why do thoughts race relentlessly at night? The truth, rooted in Buddhist wisdom, is that self-love isn't about becoming someone new or fixing perceived flaws. It's about remembering who you are beneath the layers of societal noise, letting go of what was never truly you. This isn't a call to self-improvement in the conventional sense. It's an invitation to freedom through emptying what hurts: the need to impress, the fear of solitude, the clinging to unworthy narratives. Buddhist teachings, whispered for thousands of years, offer a path to peace not by filling ourselves with more, but by releasing the burdens that weigh us down. Tonight, those stories lose their power, the transcript gently assures, as teachings melt tension, soften the heart, and silence overthinking. This shift isn't about becoming better, but becoming free, where the critical inner voice quiets, chest knots loosen, and safety returns to your soul, not because the world changes, but because your perspective does. It's a soft landing after years of harshness toward your heart, a path back to yourself beyond sleep, toward truth that feels like home in your presence. The deception of conditional self-love begins early, trained to trust others' opinions over our own, collecting approval like currency. Value, we're taught, comes from being seen, liked, praised, or right by external standards. Living this way creates an ache of disconnection from our knowing, heart, and truth. But Buddhist wisdom dissolves this through direct seeing, not memorizing beliefs or forcing faith, but trusting honest awareness of experience. Turning inward means meeting hidden parts, doubt, fear, confusion, the not enough gently, without judgment. These aren't you. They're visitors thriving in darkness, losing grip when seen fully. The phrase impassion, meaning come and see for yourself, carries profound power, inviting exploration without dogma. No forced belief, just observation to know what's real. This counters the training to distrust ourselves, stepping away from noise, filters, performance, and impressing others. Attention turns inward to build relationships with direct experience, where truth emerges from inside out. Living this way changes subtly. No need for permission to feel, validation for worth, or giving power away. Clarity emerges, smiling at compliments without clinging, hearing criticism without collapsing, entering rooms without mirror checks. This clarity comes from seeing clearly, not thinking more. The Buddha's path, rooted in direct seeing, trusts personal experience met with honesty. It's not always easy, facing avoided paths, but even these soften when viewed gently. Trust builds not arrogant, but quiet, grounded. Wisdom isn't distant, it's inside, waiting to be uncovered. The Buddha, a human who paid attention through suffering, invited the world, come and see. This invitation remains open, regardless of story, past, regrets, or doubts. No overnight change needed. No tree-sitting or memorizing, just courage to be curious about experience. Curiosity might mean noticing breath slowing, softening the chest, quieting thoughts briefly, or questioning unloving thoughts instead of believing them, or observing body tension from pleasing others, gently asking why. These small moments are sacred, cracks in armor, touching wholeness amid messiness. Living this dissolves comparison, measuring worth against highlight reels, chasing external happiness. Life tastes as is, experience is meaningful, insights matter, healing unique. Inner freedom changes everything. Honest movement, confident yes, no, no waiting for agreement to believe in self, not stubborn, but no longer guessing identity, experiencing it moment by moment. Impassion gives access to deepest parts, confused or healing, all path integrated. Nothing wasted, every experience learnable with presence, emotions soften, able by awareness, story rewritable by presence. No one can do this for you or take it away. Peace from own seeing is rooted, not borrowed. Struggles persist, but met with compassion over shame, curiosity over control. Walking the path means living gently, honestly, moment by moment, feeling sovereignty, authoring inner life, not outsourcing truth, chasing unfit people, waiting for perfect conditions. Peace offered now, as is. Enlightenment isn't pretending. Wisdom and love come through radical, honest honesty. The path back is through looking, listening, turning inward. Come and see. Not because told, but knowing there's more beneath roles, masks, fears. Clarity doesn't shout, need applause, win, or impress. It simply is. Quiet, steady, luminous. No earning, just uncovering. Every non-judgmental meeting, every pause and listen, brings closer to being's truth. You're not broken, behind, or late, right on time. Invitation echoes, come and see, come and be. Sensing stillness, subtle strength of clear seeing, stepping from performance to presence. No chasing approval, tasting self-trust in experience. Yet deeper stirs, not all soft, buried ache surface. Parts carrying heavy stories, silenced thoughts, outgrown feelings, creeping shame, inletting guilt, whispering fears. These aren't path mistakes, they are the path. Light reveals forgotten. Real work begins not forcing, fixing, but through meta-loving, kindness reaching shadows, saying even this belongs. Love, including pain, freeing it. Metta, for ward parts, holding close. Love not earned by flawlessness, revealed by full meeting. Loving kindness meditation opens uncomfortably, extending goodwill to self, not just smiling, achieving parts, but crying, wrong-getting, snapping, lost feeling, regretting, fearing parts. Meeting with kindness begins radical healing. Process starts truth-telling. Tired running from self, done editing humanity for lovability, ready sitting beside hurting parts without pushing. May feel unnatural initially. Resistance from training to fix. Not love as is. Be productive, not present. Good, not whole. But metta makes whole again. Closing eyes, attention to heart. Offering space, not forcing feeling. Whatever here, won't turn away. Gentle phrases like seeds. May I be safe, well, kind to myself. Live with ease. No need feel first. Offer. Planting in forgotten. Trust soil. Direct wishes to rejected parts. Dropping. Stomach memory. Hurting. Others version. Hidden habits. Body shame. May held. Pain softened. Fear not alone. Shame seen without punishment. Not self-pity. Denial. Fierce compassion. Seeing clearly. Staying. Doesn't need cleaned up worthiness. Meeting shadows with metta unlearns rejection. Most meditate away darkness. Practice says bring, understand. Met with love transforms. Avoided controls. Guilt softened by truth. Care, fear calmed by presence. Shame dissolved by understanding. Metta doesn't rush, demand perfection. Meets real repeatedly until familiar. Wounded parts soften, feeling safe. Not enemies, younger, survival-stuck versions needing attention, warmth, not punishment, discipline. Homecoming slow, steady, breathing gently into tight chest, saying aloud here, remembering not thoughts yet holding tenderly, saying no to shaming voice, yes to soothing. Deeper metta, love not once. Given then moved on practice, rhythm, returning, especially hard when old stories rise, too broken, late, far gone. Stories seen through, not argued, seeing via softness, repeating phrases, remembering worst thought, just thought, thoughts pass, heart remains. Not pretending okay, knowing not, okay part of path. Hold mess, magic, same hands, sit silence, feel pain without consumption, love self through tenderness, not strength, builds unshakable not shield, sanctuary. No matter feel, don't go away. World overwhelming, mistakes heavy, mind says not good enough, return to breath, space, kindness, may kind to moment, gentle with found, let belong to breath. Healing not for acceptability, remember, never meant war with self. Metta for shadow isn't end where softening begins, frozen melts, armor falls. Beneath, not perfection, peace, not proving, not collapsing discomfort, saying carry pain and love. Hold together, not opposites, companions one whole heart. Freedom, not erasing hurt, including in love losing sharpness. Love yours to offer daily, breath, return no matter drifted, long, now perfect, begin again. Sensing stillness, subtle strength seeing clearly, stepped performance to presence. No chase approval, tasted trust self, not theory, experience. Deeper stirs, not all soft, buried noticed. Aching parts, heavy stories, silenced thoughts, outgrown feelings, warning shame, inletting guilt, whispering fears. Not path mistakes our path. Light illuminates forgotten. Real work begins not force, fixing through meta-loving, kindness reaching shadows, saying even this, you belong. Love, including pain, freeing. Meta-ward parts, holding close. Love not earned flawlessness, revealed full meeting. Loving kindness meditation, not always peace technique, opening uncomfortable, especially then. Extending goodwill self, not just smiling, achieving, also crying night, wrong getting, snapping scared, lost rooms, full people, regretting past, fearing future. Meeting kindness begins radical healing. Process not forcing positive thoughts, truth-telling, tired running self, done editing humanity lovable, ready sit beside hurting without pushing. May feel unnatural, resistance trained fix, not love as is, productive not present, good not whole. Metta makes whole. Attention heart, offering space, not force feeling. Whatever here won't turn away. Phrases, seeds, may safe, well, kind self, ease. No feel first, offer. Planting forgotten trust soil. Direct wishes rejected. Stomach, drop memory, hurt, others version, hidden habits, body, shame. May held, softened, not alone, seen no punishment. Not pity, denial fierce compassion sees clearly, stays. No need cleaned up worthy. Meeting shadows unlearns rejection. Meditate away darkness, practice bring, understand. Love transforms, avoid controls. Guilt truth, care, fear presence, shame understanding. Metta no rush, perfection. Meets real until familiar, parts flinch soften, safe. Wounded, not enemies, younger survival. Need attention, warmth, not punishment, discipline. Homecoming, breathe tight, aloud, not thoughts hold tender, no shame, yes, soothe. Deeper, love practice rhythm returning, hard old stories. Seen through softness, phrases, thought, just thought, pass, heart remains. Not pretend okay, not okay path. Hold mess, magic, sit silence, pain, no consume. Love, tenderness, builds sanctuary. No matter, don't away. Overwhelming, heavy, not good return breath space kindness. kind moment, gentle find, belong breath. Healing remember, no war self. Metta shadow where soften, melt, fall. Beneath peace no prove, no collapse, carry pain, love. Hold companions, whole heart. Freedom include love, lose, sharpness. Love offer day breath return, no matter, now begin. Even kindness blooms, judgment lingers, mistake, short, uncertain, sharp. Not enough, wrong, never change. Voice not care, progress, clings flaws. Convincing, but not truth, not you. Teaching quiet, misunderstood, untangles illusion. Anatta, oneself. Not cold, confusing, warmest truth. Not voice tearing down, not fixed, frozen identity. Not stuck, unchosen story. Monsef, not absence life, absence limitation. Notice simple. Thoughts come, go own. No plan emotion, memory, mind weather. Criticism clouds pass, not sky, define, stay. Buddha taught oneself, not you, don't exist, deeper freedom. What think you not truly are? Not head voice, chest pain, others' names, self-given. Awareness, no believe every thought noticed. Self-criticism survives mistaking thoughts identity. Feel failure becomes am failure. Step back, see thought just loses grip. Passing mental event, not sentence. Shift experiential, not intellectual. No convince out judgment, watch arise. Speak, fade. Watching, loosens belief true, weakens. See old labels, critic, unworthiness, pressure perfect, less reality, more habits. Habits change. Anatta sees criticizing version gone. Every moment, shifting, living, breathing. No thought permanent, feeling lasts, identity fixed. Not float, no responsibility. Stop punishing human. Mistakes yesterday, not define today. Voice always do, never change, recycling patterns. Harshest judgments lose weight. Who judging? No longer exists. Gone, thought, past, action, breeze body. Not fixed, free grow. Self-love, anatta, less affirmations, more understanding. Critic voice-shaped causes, conditions, upbringing, pain, fear, stories. No silence force, stop confusing identity. See impermanence, each thought, mind spacious. No believe everything, less reactive, controlled. Notice urge, judge, choose not, feed not, effort, clarity. Clarity, self-compassion, room grow. Speak tenderness. Recognize criticism from fear. Comfort instead follow. This pass. Pause, voice rises. Ask true. Helpful. Who want be moment. Questioning wisdom, not anxiety. Not cold detachment release. False certainty. Painful labels. Permanent broken. Not broken becoming. Becoming needs space. Mistakes. Evolve. Change direction. Soften no rigid expectations. Monsef space. Letting go, grip me mine, I always never. Suffering dissolves, not fixed everything. Stopped holding tightly, must fixed. Changes life. Less defensive criticism, no strike solid core. More open learning, growth, no threaten identity. Stop protect version, curious next emerge. Self-criticism rooted fear. Rejection, failure, unlovable. See self, not fixed. Fears soften. No perfect loved, meet, expectation whole. Only present meet moment, sincerity. Even scared, small, don't know next. Meeting, love, possible. Not performance, appearance, worthiness, presence, openness, truth. Not voice judges, awareness notices. Not past mistake, capacity learn. Not frozen fluid, living changing worthy. Not philosophy practical. Next critic, no argue, collapse notice. Watch arise, linger fade. No label me rap worth, breathe, present, pass, no push, hold don't become. Gift oneself, not erase existence liberates. Reminds painful believed self. One moment river never stops. Not stuck free, begin now. Begin let harsh self defines. Inner noise slows. Believed stories who are fade fog lifting quiet lake. Beneath revealed, not answers, questions, gentle ache, space heard. Here, stop speaking, silence not emptiness, absence, avoidance, alive, deep. Buddha called noble silence, holds not hides, opens not shuts, not removing sound, removing distortion, perception, silence not escape meeting, meet when falls quiet yourself. World noise external, internal, devices, notifications, thoughts, spiral, voices, expectations press, mind used, running, doing, planning, controlling next, even self-love, effort, another task. Silence asks, stop seeking long enough feel, stay notice, space unheard not outside, within. Noble silence, not quiet absence, reaction, pause, thought, speech, stillness, emotion, response. Moment, choose, not fill space, avoid discomfort. Space, inner world, clearer. Thoughts, rise, no follow. Emotions appear, no analyze. See layers, hunger, validation, loneliness, buried, busy, fatigue, masked, irritability, sadness, tucked smile. Noble silence, active, differently. Listens, no fixing, allows, no rushing, waits, no solving. Waiting, unmet needs rise. Practice reveals disconnected self. Notice, interrupt emotions, thinking, label discomfort, fix not feel, thoughts jump, heart speak, silence, heart voice. Find grief, numbness, longing, distraction habits, needed not task, honest stillness. Stop speaking outward, inward, walls lower. No use words shield. Relate presence new, no commentary, filters, quiet self-love, less affirmations, deep listening. Sense body say, nervous system holding, breath asking, not dramatic, loud, real. Mind searches, healing effort, action change. Heart needs space, speak, space rarely noisy, fast world. Silence here now, self, not leaving. Presence healing, no instant answers, removes pressure. System softens. Trust being without force, reveals needs attention. Noble silence aware patterns. Urge escape discomfort, explain self, pressure perform. Visible no judge understand. Understanding replaces shame. Compassion, treat silence not emptiness, care holding. Emotions arrive no justify. Difficult feelings softened, quiet attention, no disappear immediate, allowed real. Noble silence teaches nothing inside wrong unheard. Learn, sit not, escape, stay. Body settle, mind unclench. Inner child speak no interruption. Sadness rise no push. Practice notice difference silent still. Silent volume, still presence heals. Creates room, intuition rise. Knows need whispers not shouts. Heard quiet listen. Simple, rest, breathe, let go, trust. Other shows deeper pain avoided. Revelation no crumble open. No fighting, resisting, receiving. Silence not isolation, connection. True, no performance, approval, explanation. Presence meets reality, no push, heart home. No chase, healing create, conditions arrive. No rush, peace allow, emerge. Safety realize self, stillness, no panic. No fill every moment, explain existence. Simply being quiet, openly enough. Feel own rhythm. Notice energy managing impressions, filling silence, proving worth. Let go, not collapse, return. Return gentle, asks nothing but presence. Presence, care, deepest love. Even 10 minutes silence day shifts. Not change circumstances, reconnects self. Reminds not noise, identity, pressure, awareness, breathing here. Awareness realize profound, no be anyone else moment. No, earn love, fix past, rush forward, stay what's here self. Silence becomes relationship, presence, inner knowing, kindness. No many words speaks stillness. Time craves space, not always comfortable, always honest. Anchor, retreat, reset. Carry stillness noise. World not quieter, you do. Move slowly, speak thoughtfully, listen deeply, not others. Self, gift, noble silence, not break life. Return. Return clarity, presence, softness. Return, here waiting. Voice, not judgment, care. Not loud, true. Says always enough. Even silence, especially there. Begin, listen deeply. No interrupt inner world. Uncover truth, hard face first. Things past hurt. Moments wish different. Words said wish hadn't. Choices carry stone's pocket. Silence memories return, not punish heal. Rise not enemies invitations. Do now shapes carry forward. Teachings karma. Most here punishment cause effect fear. Every misstep dooms, past locks peace. Misunderstanding. Karma not sentence seed. Relate determines grow. Stuck. Karma, every action imprint. Imprints not chains patterns. Understood, shifted, softened. No karmic law defined who were. Asks doing now. Pain past mistakes not karma. Punishing deeper self. Recognizing misalignment. Signal, no spiral shame. Pause, reflect, respond, care. Hold karma, hold past differently. Not burden teacher. Not broken reveals strength. Art Japan kintsugi. Repair broken pottery gold. No hide cracks fills precious. Broken beautiful. Damage honored. Hold karma. No ignore. Pretend. See cracks entry self-compassion. Regrets opportunities grow wisdom. Not untouched life shaped, softened, made whole. Caused harm others. Self, karma face, openness. No collapse guilt bring awareness impact. Regret presence form accountability. Accountability, compassion, transformation. Matters, relationship present, planting now, responding now. Seeds past, blooming you water next. Karma, alive, changes, actions, thoughts, intentions. Act awareness love, reshape direction. Requires shift perspective. Stop see mistakes, failure, evidence. See chapters, story written. Not everything painful, permanent, scar, shameful, misstep lost. Hold past map, not wrong, led understanding. Buddhist path no perfection presence. Fell 1,000 times, each rise awakening. Choose kindness over harshness, soften, imprint harm. Respond patience, no reaction, shift energy. No one watching score, cosmic punishment only flow cause effect. Capacity meet clarity. Hardest karma not outside emotional patterns. Self-blame cycles, avoidance habits. Responses before think. Karma not permanent. Bring awareness. Ask no judgment. Story repeating. Feeling avoiding. Believing keeps pain. Clarity choose differently. Choosing not dramatic pause speaking. Breathe reacting. Apologize no defending. Forgive no forgetting. Karma shaped small choices. Gold healing built one breath time. Painful chapters teach wisely. Lost relationship taught love not. Regret decision showed boundaries. Not proud moment revealed hurting. See not same person made choices now sees clearly. Growing new intentions, old wounds. Healing deny happened refuses. End story. Karma energy continues. Do energy, shape, redirect, meet up you. Use build wisdom, grow empathy. More gentle, not guarded. Cracks, not weakness, light shine. Deepest self speaks. Become real. Realness feel return. Not perfection, control integrity. Live honestly, speak clearly, act consciously. No running past walking companion taught begin again. Karma, not punishment path. Living reminder, everything do matters. Not flawless, presence, power. Hurt someone, repair. Hurt self, choose different now. Not broken, reshape truth. Truth, freedom. Keep showing, practicing, choosing next kind, honest, conscious step. See life different eyes, not mistakes. Series, beautiful, complicated, human unfolding. No erase past weave, person becoming compassion, patience, gold. gold, wisdom, breaking, mending part, strength, love, peace. Begin, see past wisdom, stop, erase, hurt, honor. Something unexpected rises. New love, not trying better, worthy, not earned, healing fast, forgiving quick. Love arrives, soften, own presence. Not performative, self-centered, quiet, steady, real. Love needs direction, roots. Too much clings, too little disappears. Some days compassion, others pressure. Buddha offered clear path. Love lived fully, held balance. Love grows 4 directions. Brahma Viharas, 4 immeasurable heart-mind, 4 relating self-world rooted, clarity not craving, not emotions, chase inner qualities, cultivate, form complete foundation, self-love, no lose ego, guilt imbalance, first metta, loving kindness, not feeling wish, gentle offering goodwill, others yes, self, hold care undeserving, meet life gentleness hard, beginning self-love, no demand, affection, practice kindness, no condition, not succeed, calm, overwhelmed, disappointed, afraid, loving kindness teach, stop waiting lovable, start practicing loving, even say, may safe well kind self, wish repeated changes, hold own heart. Next, karuna compassion, beyond kindness meets pain lives, see suffering, won't turn away. Self-compassion, no scold struggling, no rush healing. Stop ask, why still feel offer tenderness dear friend. No indulgence, excuses meet wound, no judgment, pain move through. Compassion, no fix immediate stays, present allows, hold space. Recognizes human, messy, beautiful often both. Practice compassion, own suffering, stop reinforce false need, flawless loved. Then mudita, sympathetic joy, harder life heavy vital. Teach, celebrate no comparison, competition shared humanity. Self-directed mudita, allow joy, no guilt. Happy things well, laugh aloud, pleasure small, clear breath, warm touch. Connection no think earned, joy presence not perfection, self-love, expansive. Stop soothing aliveness. Give permission, joy, everything not fixed. Open heart life is, joy resilient source. Finally pechka, equanimity balance holds rest. Without, love, tangled, compassion, overwhelm, joy, attachment. Equanimity learn, stay centered, care no clinging, feel deeply no swallowed. Looks being experience unfolds, no push, chase. Trust, inner ground life waves. No feel, nothing stable enough, feel everything. Practice equanimity, stop control happen, respond wisely. Begin, trust, hold, joy, sorrow, ease, pain, praise, blame, not shut heart, grown strong, stay open. Together, metta karuna, mudita pechka, compass. Not qualities, perfect living directions return. Feel lost check, kind, meeting compassion, allowing joy, balanced. Keep no swing far, overly self-critical, emotionally detached, denying pain, clinging happiness. Keep love, grounded, flexible, real. Also help love, no ego, no boost, self-image. See clearly loving what is not, should be, includes, self. Begin, notice self-love conditional, kind self stop mistake, rest done, enough. Joy, fix everything. Brahma Viharas, dissolve conditions. Kindness, available now. Compassion now. Joy now. Balance now. Teach love, not chase, cultivate. Tend water, return. Love grows attention, not ambition. Care, not control. Practice 4 immeasurables. See love grows attention, not ambition. Extend, same others. Hold self-patience, hold others, no judgment. Meet pain, compassion, recognize pain, others, no fix. Celebrate own joy, less envy. Balance within peaceful relationships. Always begins within. Practice no perfect soil life, rooted peace. Peace no escape. Self-returning presence, kindness, breath moment. Return practice path. Brahma Viharas, not distant human capacities, exist you, felt before. Warmth, softness, joy, steadiness. Practicing make space grow, give attention, trust time, shape, live love. Live not habit intention, not defense openness, not fear care. Care true no conditions, simply stays breath softly, quietly, fully. Balanced self-love, not loud, inflated, just honest, grounded enough. Ground everything grows. Love, balanced, kindness, steady joy, shared no comparison, profound opens beneath. Stop holding experiences tightly, no need feeling, stay. Sense deeper beneath doing, striving, becoming. Not grasp space rest, where many turn feels unfamiliar. Release idea who are moment step unknown. Arises not fear, freedom. Teaching heart Buddhist understanding holds truth gently. Sunyata, emptiness. Often misunderstood, feared not cold. Emptiness, not absence, despair. Quiet space transformation possible. Allows new life grow old, clinging lived. What gives life room move? Mind habit solidifies everything. Turns moments, identities, pain, personality, emotions, lifelong narratives. Makes stick, believes, let go, lose essential. Tightness grasping creates suffering. Belief everything held place. Every thought permanent. Emotion defines. Emptiness threatening seems suggest nothing matters. Truth, emptiness, everything matter, nothing fixed. No emotion, judgment, habit defines essence. Space between all compassion grows. Understand emptiness, directly stop, believe stories held captive. Too broken, not lovable, past defines. Thoughts come no root deep. Appearances real passing, influential, not absolute. No destroy stories, see not solid. Once see, free relate, care not fear. Emptiness loosens grip, softens edges, gives space breathe. Realize not fixed, self-reacting, fixed world awareness, flowing, responsive, ever-changing. No life loses, meaning choose, meaning give. No escape truth, live consciously. Ask not who I really respond, wisdom now. Not what be, what needed, place love. Fixed self falls, remains freedom. Emptiness not hollow, full potential. Field seed planted, space breath thought, pause response. Ground compassion, insight transformation rise naturally. Identity fixed, leads judgment. Always this, change threatening. See fluid process, everything experience. Arising conditions pass no rigid. Safety not things predictable, no need be. Let things pass no grasping. Let go no fear. Lose who are who not fixed, story dynamic, alive experience. Emptiness canvas allows move. Daily life practical. Feel anger, no hold, moves wind branches. Feels sadness, no turn, conclusion life. Experience emotions directly, no attach, meaning distorts. Gives inner world space, space compassion easier, forgiveness natural. Judgment softens no one thing forever, not you. Stop define achievements, roles, image. Still exist, no form core identity. Stop grasping praise, hiding criticism. Less reactive, no tight self-defend. Just breath body moment. Identity not fixed, value no depend, doing right. No trapped protect who think, admit mistakes, no shame. Accept compliments, no clinging. Face change, no lose ground. Not passive responsive, act not fear, loss clarity. Not prove express presence, even suffering changes lens. Meet not avoid. Seen arising conditions not permanent flaw. Changes relate. Stop blaming, resisting, listen. Listening, healing begins. Mind understands emptiness, less caught struggle. Holds life gently. Allows others be no need change. Space pain, also peace. No trapped illusion. Things stay same, feel safe. Sense, intimacy life, nothing separate. You must carry everything own. Dissolving separation reveals powerful. Way speak self shapes, exist world. Becomes clear voice. inside, narrates every moment, needs mindfulness, actions, voice always, tearing down, helping stand. Buddha spoke Samyang Vat, right speech, eightfold path. Most think talk others, truthfully kind, no gossip harm. Forgotten person speak most everyday self. No one hears words deeply you do. Inner voice weight, tone, rhythm, intention, thoughts, affects, feel, act, see self. Harsh, critical, impatient tension ripples life. Mindful, clear, compassionate, quiet refuge. Not false cheerleader, honest, supportive presence. Right speech inward starts awareness. Notice language use inside. Mistake, first say self. Anxious, uncertain, respond, meet kindness, blame, awareness, no judge reveal pattern. Many speak self-ways, never loved one. Call names, question, worth replay, regrets, contempt. Happens, often feels normal. Inner harshness, not harmless. Background frequency shapes emotional state identity, relationship world. Right speech, not pleasant words, honest, no cruel. Recognize thoughts, exaggerating, generalizing. Learn interrupt voice, repeating old judgments, no serve. Way transform, pay attention, accuracy. Mind uses absolute, always mess, no one cares, never change. Phrases rarely true carry emotional weight. Close off, feed hopelessness. Mindful speech replaces specifics. Moment hard, feeling alone now. Struggled before also grown. Shift, noirase difficulty gives clarity. Another, reduce internal blame. Wrong, voice, assign fault. Your fault, should known. What's wrong you? Speech, no help reflect traps, shame. Right speech asks, what led, learn. Meet care. Questions keep open, create space, understanding, not self-attack. Consider tone, inner voice, not content energy. Cold, frantic, dismissive, shift warmth. Not everything fine deserve met respect things hard. Mindful inner speech includes silence. Kindest stop spiral thought. Breath, let go, urge, narrate, analyze. Quiet response. Pause, interrupt reactivity, create space. Deeper truth emerge. Right speech, inward encouragement. Not empty praise, genuine support, trying. Matters, okay feel, no do all now, phrases, no inflate ego, soothe nervous system, remind effort enough, presence, progress, powerful tool, changing inner speech, self-compassion, no excuse behavior, avoid responsibility, acknowledge pain, no double judgment, mistake accountable, no cruel, overwhelmed, allow feeling, no call weak. Quality inner dialogue shapes, relate others. Mind, harsh, hard, extend real compassion outward. React irritation, defensiveness, distance, no care, carrying inner tension. Inner voice, spacious, outer actions follow. More patient, honest, grounded. Transforming self-talk practice, no change overnight. Old patterns strong, formed early. Awareness interrupt, choose different voice, no distort. Flatter tells truth, care. Transformation, no eliminate negative thoughts, no believe quick. Respond, wisdom, not reaction. Acknowledge fear, no define. Feel sadness, no story failure. Notice doubt, no surrender. Language matters builds internal environment. Words speak others, affect relationships. Words self-affect relationship, own life. Rooted right speech, foundation, inner safety. Begin small. Replace one unkind phrase, neutral. Soften one judgment. Pause before finish. Sentence mind, no leads, no helpful. Time small shifts, new pattern, inner world trust. When voice inside aligned right speech no. Avoid truth. Speak truth, integrity. Say real, say care. Intention, support, not punish. Want live harmony self. Right speech inward, no luxury essential. Learn stay self difficulty. Repair damage years inner criticism. Create new language lifts not tear. New language no poetic sincere. no sound impressive, honest, no perfect kind. Continue path, self-awareness, compassion, voice inside change, quieter needed, stronger necessary. Importantly, become friend, not forced, showed love sounds like. Inner voice, more honest, kind, profound happens. Stop carry burden perfection, no speak self trying fix. Treat inner world living space, not battlefield. Space see quietly powerful, always changing, not small ways, every breath. Are today, not yesterday. Feel now, not forever. Truth, no frighten freeze. Buddha called anicca impermanence. Understanding everything life, no exception, motion. Includes thoughts, feelings, body beliefs, identity. Nothing same, no flaw, essence, existence. Relate self-lens, realize suffering, treating temporary permanent. Bad moment defined bad life. One mistake, incapable. Old version control. None holds see impermanence, movement growth. Realization relief. No carry weight who used be. No ashamed choices, no better. Now tools capable new, not hypocrisy growth. Impermanence teach, stop cling identities, habits, labels, once comfort especially. Longer hold, no reflect, truth suffer. Let go, no reject past, recognize past, not live anymore. Appreciate present self new, who now unique passing configuration. Mind works, heart opens, understand world. Version here little while, not dramatic, real. Struggle today, no affect year. Love today, fade, deepen, predict. Gives reason, pay attention, savor, honor, fleeting nature, particular moment life. Resist, change, suffer. Hold sense self no longer fits. Confused goals, shift values, evolve. Embrace impermanence, give permission, adapt, move, new directions, grow, no apology. Stop asking why not, who used asking moment, asking me now. Shift brings gentleness. Stop force, consistent past versions never meant last forever. Give self permission, be complex, shift, contradict, no shame, no lack integrity allowed alive. Understand everything life, including love, creativity, identity, pain, process. Own rhythm, moves through. Stop gripping, stop interrupt process. Allow change happen, less resistance. Healing seen differently, no destination. Practice meeting self as are, knowing who are, keep changing. Stop waiting, final version. Stop believe, final point, everything solved. Keep showing curiosity, kindness, willingness, keep evolving. Live way, feel lighter. Carry less shame. Judge self less harshly. No make every moment perfect, understand. Nothing stays. No lead carelessness, sincerity. Stop waste time, be someone not. Live honesty, only way free. Impermanence when understood becomes kind love. Honors present, forgives past, makes space next. No need cling person once were. No need hold identity tension. No believe must stay same worthy. Changing always have, not problem beauty. Loving self means loving movement, rhythm, breath, unfolding who are. Not fear, respect, not control, trust. Not meant, stay same, grow, shift, learn, rise. Every version, past, present, deserves, held tenderness, all part getting here. Not broken becoming, not behind unfolding. Every breath chants love self exactly as are, knowing even this change makes sacred. Embrace change nature life, stop fearing flow becoming, something else softens inside. Grip judgment loosens. Old need punish, past mistakes fade, even grow forgiving. One place resists healing. Space self-hatred hides. No, always speak loud. Appears silence after tried best. Waits edge victories, whispering still not enough. Practice essential. No, just survive, pain, breathe love through. Heart Tunglen Tibetan meditation works directly suffering, breathing it in. Many traditions push pain away. Tunglen meet fully, receive, hold, send love. Idea strange, taught avoid, hurt, protect. Tonglen opposite, teaches doorway healing, no resistance, intimacy. even darkest emotions, seed compassion touched presence. Practice simple. Sit, breath, attention, settle. Bring mind part self, heavy, closed, full pain. Shame moment, failure memory, place holds anger, fear, grief. No change, push, let be. Breathe in, imagine, take suffering. No absorb, harmful, stop running. Breathe, bring understanding. In-breath, acknowledge pain. Out-breath, send relief. Exhale, softness, care, whatever heart longs. Forgiveness, lightness, hope. Exchange reverses pattern. Turn away meet. Closing heart open. Practice more natural. Capable hold much more thought, not force compassion. Practice no fix. Suffering, transform relationship. Breathe heaviness, own heart out warmth, shift subtle, profound. Stop treat pain wrong. Understand sacred deserves love, not rejection. Practiced own pain. Extend circle outward. Think someone struggling not far real pain touches. Breathe their suffering, no rescue. Imagine superior. Feel with. Let own heart hold suffering. Breathe out ease, comfort, same compassion, learned self. Time practice reshapes, see world, less afraid difficult within around. Stop, turn away hurting people, stop judge showing wounds. Understand pain not separate yours. See shared thread human seeing isolation dissolves. Ton Glen breaks emotional avoidance, teaches no need feel perfect offer love, no fix feelings before hold, no free pain before source comfort, helps confront self-hatred new. Instead believe stories witness pain beneath, see self-hatred reaction wounds not held care. Grows misunderstanding, softness missing, needs ignored. Meet hatred breath compassion loses edge, nor vanish nor reinforcet. Breathe old pain out, kindness new imprint heart inclusion care. No condone harmful behavior understand. Apply inwardly, no justify past mistakes stop, define worth. See harmful actions rooted confusion, fear, pain. Meet truth, responsibility, also empathy. No mean excusing meeting compassion. Ton Glen trains, stop, make discomfort personal. Tightness, grief, anxiety, yours also shared. Millions feel. Breathe in theirs well. Breathe out, send relief. Every being feels like you. Widens perspective. Connects larger. Reminds healing not. Self-improvement. Dissolving barriers. Suffering others. Connection, not abstract. Feel daily life. More patient overwhelmed. Less need defend. Others reactive. Less shame, own emotions, no deeper truth human. Practicing Ton Glen become vessel not container pain channel transformation. Let breath carry, let heart open. Trust meeting suffering compassion bring more healing, avoiding fear. Beauty practice simplicity. No special tools, perfect conditions. Asks present breathe willing, meet difficult care. Use practice any moment. Anxiety rises, breathe gently out peace. Old shame returns in no resistance out forgiveness. Someone hurts in their pain too. No take on soften own heartbreak cycle pain compassion. No technique, perfect people willing stay open middle hurts. Tired running self. Ready see darkest feeling, met love. Through Ton Glen, self-hatred path, compassion. Stop push pain, discover ability care. Not idea, lived truth. Breathes, heals. No need earned. Transformation, not dramatic, steady, quiet, real. Quiet, different strength born. No come fighting pain, embracing heart no longer turns away. Practice meeting pain, breath, compassion. Relate self-shift, subtle places. No run discomfort. No believe harsh stories quick. See suffering, not reject hold. Even care, one relationship fractured. One own body. Long after mind softens, body source, shame, frustration, silence. Silence deepest disconnection hides. Disconnection, no begin you. Built messages years. Body must standards lovable. Look certain way deserve rest. Function no flaw respected. Ideas no come truth. Conditioning comparison culture. Lead forgetting important. Body not problem sacred ground awakening. Buddhist practice body, not separate path. Place experience awareness. Feel presence. Meet breath, sit stillness, walk mindfulness. Every step breath sensation part practice. See not spite body through. Understanding changes. Begin, see body, not obstacle gateway. Stop, overcome. Stop, treat, project fix. Start, listen, teacher. H's needs rhythms, no distractions, invitations, return, presence. Body, positivity, dharma, no force. Feel beautiful time, no constant body confidence. See clearly, end war. Treat body, same kindness, truthfulness, practice, thoughts. Right view applies. Belief appearance, misunderstanding. Worth depends shape, size, ability, not aligned truth. See not intellectual experientially grip judgment loosens. See new questions, not how, look how, feel, not acceptable listening. Respond body messages, no inconveniences, sacred cues. Tired, let rest. Hungry, feed, no punishment. Pain, offer care, no indulgence, presence. Loving body, no mean, deny changes. Pretend, no preferences. Acknowledge, all carries, choose honor anyway. Body held grief, joy, illness, fear, delight, trauma, recovery. Moved every moment, life still here. Bring mindfulness body, bring reverence experience. Every sensation doorway, feet ground, rising, falling chest, tension shoulders, moments back now. Buddha began body. Swaminathan Sutta, 4 foundations, mindfulness. First, Kayanupassana, mindfulness body. Without connection body, practice no grounded. Without inhabiting body, awareness floats disconnected direct experience. Body place, truth known, impermanence felt, compassion cultivated. No metaphor practice. Turn toward body, mindfulness notice ignored, resisted. See often tried control, discipline, neglect. See often looked comparison, not care. Awareness choose differently. Bring attention, skin kindness. Breathe belly respect. Hand heart no fix I'm here. Relationship builds time, grows slowly, repeated, returning. Stop treat body machine. Stop demand silent symptoms. Begin, see body speaking all along. Needed, listen, no judgment. Listening includes honoring ways body different others. No single form defines worth. No ideal determines value. Body as is contains full capacity awakening. Sit meditation pain, meet breath. Walk slowly, feel step, connect ground. Eat mindfully sense. Nourishment supports presence. Lie, rest, feel body, soften, trust. All practice sacred. Room, grief. Grief years fighting body. Shame placed others. Parts learned hide. Grief no weakness, part healing. No rush acceptance. Only begin, stop, speak, body, enemy. Stop, wait, change, offer love. Begin, see no eyes, control lens presence. Body first home ever had. Carry until end life. Make sense, treat, care, return, reverence. Remember body not just yours. Made earth, water, heat, breath. Nature wearing name. Perspective dissolves shame. Bodies no meet social standards. See, absurd measure, worth appearance. Body clearly sacred container life itself. Begin honor body can do, not achievement support. Allows touch, speak, connect, move, rest, feel. Even pain functioning bridge world. Thank not guilt, love. Loving body dharma no destination practice, remembering again. Court comparison, return breath. Feel shame, return presence. Forget body sacred comeback. Simple truth, body no mistake. Ground awakening. No have feel radiant every day. No reject discomfort, but choose no abandon self. Choose, meet body, same patience, compassion, offer heart mind. Body not separate, other less than, path. Each remember, healing deepens, respect returns. Love becomes no weight. Practice every breath, movement, moment, gentle return. More return, body reverence. Discover steadiness always available, overlooked. Realize presence lives, not only thoughts, beliefs, sensation, breath, rhythm, growing connection, move world, more care. Even roundedness, life brings waves. Emotions rise, chaos visits, stress builds, days everything too much. Deeper strength needed, no fight storm stands calmly within. Quiet power, Pechka, translated equanimity. Inner balance remains steady, outer world spins. No indifference, emotional numbness, presence-centered intensity. Equanimity, antidote, inner chaos. No erase emotion, holds no collapse. Teach, feel no drown. Observe, no reacting. Remain, open, no overwhelmed. Balance, essential life, constantly shifting. Emotions, no problem, part human. Without equanimity, destabilizing. Joy, attachment. Fear, paralysis. Anger, harm. Sadness, identity. Equanimity, no get-rid, changes, relate. Develop equanimity, notice space, stimulus, response. Feel anger rising, no immediate act. Sense sadness, no fall, despair. Notice joy, no cling, fear losing. Gap, witness, no reacting, freedom grows. Equanimity, step emotional extremes, holds experience, evenness. No pulled far, lose center. Trust rises, passes. Learn, stay steady, middle. Steadiness, no hard, cold, warm, grounded, accepting. Allows fully human, remaining clear. Cry, no shame. Feel deeply, no apology. No let emotions define. Become space, unfold, not emotion itself. Shift, subtle, transformative. Stop ruled inner weather. Stop chase only good, resist bad. Live consistency, no feel, no thrown off feel. Develop equanimity, attention, no force grows. Practice mindfulness, patience, seeing clearly. Court strong emotion, pause, breathe, name, no judgment. Remind moment, not forever. Feeling, not identity. Room, hold this. Time, nervous system, settle. Body learns, not every wave react. Mind learns, not every thought urgent. Heart learns, calm. No absence, feeling, ability, stay open, all. Equanimity, transform, self-love. Days, everything. Messy, anxious, angry, exhausted, afraid. Part says, even this belongs. Stop, need, feel, peaceful, kind, self. Stop, wait, calm, offer care. Begin, love, self, middle, storm. Love, rare. No depend, conditions. No wait, perfection. Shows again, real love does. Equanimity, allow more, present, others. Stop, absorb, chaos. Stop, need, fix, control. Become steady, presence, listens, no pulled emotional tide. Relationships clearer, compassionate, less reactive. Begin, let go, need, everything go way. Equanimity, accept, cannot change. No given up, stopped fighting life. See peace, no control outcomes. Meeting each outcome, clarity, balance. No, make passive wise. Still act, care. No, let collapse things, no planned. Trust, meet, life is not easy, especially not. Capacity grows experience. Stay, difficult emotion, no reacting, build strength. Sit, discomfort, no distraction, expand capacity. Choose stillness, urgency, capacity deepens. Begin, appreciate, silence. Stillness, source, nourishment, not void, escape. Find peace, simple act, breathing, sitting, being. Equanimity, teach, no chase, anything okay. Stability, found moment as is. Life chaotic, everything out, control, equanimity, anchor. No make chaos disappear, gives place, stand. Learn, I storm. Steady, present, awake. Steadiness, no mean, stop feeling. Means stop. Identify deeply every feeling. Become spacious, clear, trustworthy, self, others. Equanimity, no cold detachment. Deep inclusion, can hold all, no lose self. Holding suffering less sharp, joy less fragile, love more unconditional. See peace, no found, avoiding life intensity. Found learning, stay steady within. Love self, overwhelmed, no fixing emotions, holding balance. No controlling response, pausing, choose wiser. Equanimity, heart, hold anything. space life unfold more grace, clarity, depth ever. Equanimity deepens, new maturity takes root. No react, every rise fall within. Respond, steadiness, not control, care. Understand experiences, not permanent emotions, not identity. Walk life, grace. Know things easier, more grounded. Roundedness, courage, face many, avoid. Truths, human life, not soft, not fear, often unspoken. Truths, change, loss, aging, mortality. Buddha named clearly 5 remembrances. No scare, despair, tools, wake up. Remind life sacred, no last forever. No. 5. Nature grow old, nature become ill. Nature die, all dear, everyone love, nature change. Actions only true belongings. First glance, heavy. Point avoid. Allow awareness anchors hold steady reality life. Remember, nature, age, release impossible pressure, always youthful. Help see change body, no failure part, human belonging. Accept aging, no decline, deepening process. Treat body, respect. No cling, frozen image should be. Care body carries time, no fit ideal. Stop compare younger versions, see growth. Recognize wisdom experience. Allow age physically, emotionally, spiritually. Welcome signs life lived. Remember, nature become ill. No invite sickness. Stop, pretend, immune. Brings deeper compassion body times difficulty. Helps care self not easy vulnerable. Listen closer, honor energy, respect limits. Soften toward self instead. Blame body no meet expectations. Illness mindfulness becomes teacher. Slows down, calls inward. Asks care deeply, reminds strength, no always productivity presence. Remember nature de not morbid clarifying. Strips no matter, sharpens priorities. Brings back now, understand life, finite, live fully, say, needs, said, listen, presence, stop, wait, perfect time, love, rest, speak, begin. Contemplating death, no steal, joy magnifies. Know something, no last, stop, take granted. Cherish smallest. Sunlight feel, laughter sound, breath quiet. Release resentment faster. Time precious waste, holding grudges, postponing peace. Remember all dear, everything love. Nature change, soften grip. Teaches love, no ownership. Connection, no control. Love freely, open hands, heart. Stop make people same. Allow relationships evolve. More present connections, each interaction last current form. Remembrance brings reverence people life. See impermanence, no fear, deepen appreciation. Pause often, forgive easily. Express gratitude can. Final remembrance, actions only true belongings. Not achievements, status, image possessions. How lives speak, show up, no watching. Centers, calls integrity, reminds energy, bring world remains, everything else fades. Remembrance centers, no pressure perfect, encourages intentional. Live way, no regret, make choices count, words wisely, treat others self-respect. Together 5 truths, foundation, deep self-respect, no surface, self-esteem, profound honoring life. Remember, grow old ill, die stop waste time invincible, start real live honestly, treat time matters. No become rigid, somber opens joy. Joy rooted no denial clarity. Celebrate alive, no need everything extraordinary, find meaning presence itself. Become more courageous, no afraid truth. Start live fully, take risks, align heart. Speak depth, not fear. Make peace endings part every beginning. Self-respect grows willingness, face real. Honor life, no perfect, fleeting. Hold self-dignity, no avoided pain, no run. Awareness shapes decisions. Ask, spend time, aligned matters. Living reflects values. Questions, no burdens, gifts. Give compass, bring essential. 5 remembrances, no create anxiety. Dissolve illusion. Help wake up. Stay grounded, real, groundedness. Find quiet, strength, deep, peace, steady. worth no depend, external success. Not here forever, while here live depth, choose love, fear, presence, distraction, integrity, performance. Choice began remembering no once again small moments, deep breaths pose. Remembrances part inner landscape, help fast difficulty openness, meet endings gratitude, poses rushing. Help walk life eyes wide open, heart alive ever. 5 remembrances, settle awareness, deeper reverence life grow. Realize time brief body, ever-changing connections, fragile, meaningful. Move world purpose, softness, truth, even clarity new question arises. Care self-world pulls opposite directions. Self-love become overindulgence. Discipline self-denial. Walk path honors needs no lose balance. Wisdom middle way essential. Buddha taught middle way path extremes. Harsh austerity, excessive pleasure. Teaching no limited spiritual discipline, applies care self-day. Art giving enough no fall excess. Practice treat kindness, no slip avoidance. True self-love sustainable. Loving self wisely, honest need not want moment. Feels good now, lead harm later. Feels uncomfortable now, bring healing. Middle way hold both perspectives. Ask, look deeper. Impulse, find care. Long-term nourishment, not short-term escape. Begins attention, notice patterns. Reaching distraction instead rest. Pushing hard productivity. Avoiding difficult emotions, numbing not feeling. Questions no shame, invitations, intimate own experience. Start ask not feel like doing what truly support now. Answer movement, stillness. Say no demand, show up hard. Middle way teach, listen, discern, respond. Wisdom, not reaction. Self-love, no balance, lead, neglect. Stop challenging self, justify harmful habits, confuse avoidance, peace. Other side, self-love, no softness turn punishment. Set impossible standards, set criticism, not care. Set impossible limits, believe rest weakness. Middle way, no neutral indifferent staying connected reality. Knowing pause act, comfort challenge. Let go, hold steady. Requires humility, ask, drop, rigid identities. Always achiever, healer, instead, honest needed moment. Way practice, observe, inner dialogue. Self-care, kindness, fear. Treat project fix, person care. Use routines, support, control. Questions, help see actions aligned wisdom, reaction. Balanced self-love, requires boundaries. Say no, no neglect, respect. Say yes needs no selfish build resilience. Balance, consider, impact actions. How care affects others, shapes life, rooted clarity, compulsion. Middle path includes structure fluidity, routines, no rigid adjust needed, no attached perfect practice. Understand rest discipline, no opposites both care, intention. Middle way navigate uncertainty. No, what do offers space, pause, feel next right step. No rush, no all answers. Return true moment. Most loving action now, not easiest, hardest, most true. Approach allows joy, no guilt, no shame, enjoy life. No believe suffer, grow. Trust, pleasure, rooted presence, not escape. Stop divide life spiritual, indulgent. See everything, eating, resting, working, playing, sacred, done awareness. Stop measure self-love, much do, little need. Measure connected, feel self. Listening, responding care. Honoring truth, inconvenient. Middle way help stay resilient, change. Life unpredictable, needs shift. Circumstances evolve. Balance, no fixed dynamic. Walking tightrope, always adjusting. Goal, no freeze, perfect posture, keep moving awareness. Path requires gentleness, no, always right. Days, lean comfort, others push hard. Practice no perfect balance, returning honesty, compassion. Begin trust self deeply, no always confident, learned, listen, learned. Stay self messy, learned. Offer comfort, structure, stillness, motion. Way, middle way, no practice relationship. Relationship self-based respect, not rules. Care, not control. Presence, not performance. Relationship grows stronger. Choose balance, extremes. Choose pause, reacting. Meet self, no judgment, wisdom. Loving self-way, no, always feel dramatic. Look, choosing, sleep, scrolling. Walking habit, no, serve. Showing commitment matters hard. Break body, asking. Small acts, balance, create life stable, kind, whole. Middle way invites live alignment, no ideals. Reality, truth-changing needs. Truth, imperfect humanity. Truth, deep capacity. Discipline, tenderness. Walk middle way, neither forcing, avoiding, denying, indulging. Begin, see self-clarity. Hold space, strength, softness. Learn care, no clinging. Rest, no guilt. Act integrity, not impulse. Even balance shapes choices. Something lingers quietly beneath. Wait past. Moments wish take back. Versions self-see differently. Harm caused unaware, afraid pain. Practice self-love. Meets greatest challenges. Work forgiveness. Forgiving self, no forgetting. No erasing history. Pretend nothing happened. Forgiveness releasing identity. Frozen worst moments. Choice, stop, punishing endlessly who were no now. Buddhist understanding karma offers vital shift perspective. Karma often misunderstood. No cosmic punishment, fate, verdict, universe. Truest form, karma means action. Natural law, cause effect. Every action ripple. Choice, imprint. Karma, no fixed fluid. Moves you, changes you, change. Understanding matters deeply. Self-forgiveness. Karma, permanent, stuck. No room grow, repair, chance, heal. Karma responds, present action. No freeze place, gives way forward. Allows transformation. No denial, intentional action. Forgiving self-karma means recognize past actions, consequences, no define future. Acknowledge harm caused, meet recognition, responsibility, not shame. Shame keeps stuck, responsibility opens redemption. See karma responds, present realize every moment, turning point. Do now matters more, did then now choose awareness. Now act compassion, now plant different seeds. No undo past changes carry. Shifts, focus, guilt, growth. Ask, learn, offer, live differently, honor, truth discovered. Self-forgiveness, act, love, grounded clarity. No excuses, refusing, keep heart chains. Cannot heal self-punishment. Healing presence, care choice. Live intention, point forward. Understanding karma way, also stop identify mistakes. Not past actions awareness sees. One growing choosing differently willing change. Shift powerful gives back agency. Says not broken responsible. Being responsible no burden gift. Process self-forgiveness begins honesty. Acknowledge, impact actions, no minimize, deflect. See harm, clearly meet clarity, compassion. Understand self-caused harm, shaped conditions, ignorance, fear, trauma, pain. Understand self-sees truth, now capable, better. Dual awareness, past harm, present wisdom, makes forgiveness possible. No awareness change cannot happen. No compassion healing cannot unfold. Two together karma moves differently. Energy put world starts reflect growth, not pain. Begin act differently. No erase past, transform relationship. Offer apologies possible. Show up fully. Stop repeat cycles. Stop repeating same. Build trust, self-living alignment values. Actions time, soften weight regrets. Forgiveness, no switch path. Days easy. Others, old guilt resurfaces. Part process. Matters keep walking, choosing compassion, remembering karma dynamic. Every kind word, honest action, loving choice, rewrites path ahead. Understanding also helps see others clearly. Karma fluid, stop reduce people worst moments. Stop hold fixed judgments. Begin, allow possibility, grow just you. Softens relationships, brings more empathy world. strengthens, offer forgiveness, no just inwardly, outwardly. Through lens, journey becomes alignment. Live reflects becoming, not were. Stop, define old stories. Start, write new. No cover, past honor, truth found. Freedom comes, self-forgiveness, deep grounded. Comes knowing past, shaped, no confine. Comes realizing, do, next matters most. Stop running, happened. Stop hiding. Begin, carry story, integrity. Share can help, learn can teach. Offer self, same compassion, offer friend. Forgiveness also honoring humanity. Means recognize mistakes, part alive. Imperfection, no flaw design, part path. Stop, hold impossible standards. Begin, offer kindness, no need earn. Shift, create space. Space, new action, deeper love. Future, no reflection, past reflection, presence. Learn, sit self again, no correct, care for. Become less afraid, done, learned, meet truth. Become more willing, keep showing life, trust, presence matters. Way calmer becomes no burden, path, redemption. Reminds nothing stone, actions carry weight, awareness does. Healing, no found guilt, conscious, loving choice. Self-forgiveness, reclaim voice. Rebuild, trust self, allow love, reach places long abandoned. Every breath choice, step forward, rewriting karma, means no punishment, transformation, no history, possibility, no, something, fear, reminder, always power, begin again. Impassion, inviting direct experience and inner trust. The phrase impassion, nestled quietly within the early teachings of the Buddha, holds a subtle yet transformative power. Translated as, come and see for yourself, it is an invitation not to accept beliefs blindly, but to explore, observe, and feel your own experience, to discern what is real. This simple call dismantles the conditioning that has taught us to trust everyone but ourselves, to seek external validation as proof of worth. Instead, impassion offers a path to inner trust, a return to direct knowing that frees you from the need for approval and reconnects you with the truth of your own heart. It is not a demand for faith, but a gentle nudge to live your truth, to discover it not through someone else's lens, but through your own. In a world that trains us to collect approval like currency, the ache of disconnection grows. We're taught to believe value comes from being seen, liked, praised, or right by another's definition. This external focus creates a quiet pain, a longing to return to our own knowing, as the transcript poignantly notes. Impassion dissolves this disconnection by inviting you to step away from the noise filters, performance, the relentless need to impress, and turn inward. It's a call to build a relationship with your direct experience, where truth emerges not from outside validation but from the inside out. This shift is subtle but profound. You stop needing permission to feel what you feel, waiting for someone to validate your worth, or giving your power away to external judgments. Living with impassion means embracing curiosity as a form of courage. It's not about memorizing doctrines or forcing faith, but about trusting that your own experience, when met with honesty and awareness, can reveal what's true. The Buddha, a human who walked through suffering without running, modeled this by paying deep, careful attention to his own mind. He didn't claim divinity or magic. He simply observed, questioned, and saw clearly. Then he turned to the world and said, "You try. Come and see." This invitation, open to all regardless of past, regrets, or doubts, requires no grand gestures, just the willingness to be present with what is. This practice begins in small, sacred moments. Notice how it feels when your breath slows, softening your chest, quieting thoughts even for a second. Observe the thoughts that whisper you're not lovable and question them instead of believing. Feel the tension in your body when you strive to please others and gently ask why. These acts of attention are not trivial. They are cracks in the armor, moments where you touch the part of you that is always whole, even amid messiness. As the transcript emphasizes, these moments are sacred because they reconnect you to your own wisdom, which isn't a distant treasure but a presence waiting to be uncovered. Impassion counters the habit of outsourcing truth. Society trains us to seek answers externally through likes, achievements, or others' approval, but this leaves us disconnected from our own heart. The invitation to come and see is a return to sovereignty, where you become the author of your inner life. It's not about becoming cold or distant, but clear enough to smile at compliments without clinging, to hear criticism without collapsing, to walk into a room without checking mirrors first. This clarity doesn't come from overthinking, but from seeing more deeply, from trusting your direct experience over external narratives. Turning inward, however, isn't always easy. It means meeting parts of yourself, long hidden doubt, fear, confusion, the persistent not enough. These visitors thrive in darkness, in the belief that they define you. But impassion invites you to sit with them, not to push or fix, but to see them fully without judgment. The transcript beautifully describes this as a process where even these painful parts lose their grip when met gently. They are not you. They are passing clouds, not the sky itself. By observing them with curiosity, you begin to trust yourself, not in an arrogant way, but in a quiet, grounded, steady way that doesn't need to shout. This trust transforms how you move through the world. You stop measuring your worth against others' highlight reels, chasing happiness as something to earn. Instead, you taste life as it is, finding meaning in your unique experience, even its hardships. The transcript highlights that this inner freedom changes everything. You say yes and no with confidence, no longer waiting for others to agree before believing in yourself. This isn't stubbornness. It's clarity born from experiencing your truth moment by moment. You're no longer guessing who you are, you're living it. Impassion doesn't give answers, it gives access. Access to the deepest parts of yourself, not just the polished ones, but the confused, healing, longing parts, afraid to ask for love. All become part of the path. Nothing is wasted. Every experience, when met with presence, teaches. Every emotion, softened by awareness, heals. Every old story, seen clearly, can be rewritten. This access is yours alone. No one can do it for you, and no one can take it away. When peace comes from your own seeing, it's rooted, not fragile, not borrowed. This practice doesn't mean you'll never struggle. It means you have a way to meet struggle with compassion instead of shame, curiosity instead of control. The transcript reminds us that this is what it means to walk the path, to live gently, honestly, moment by moment, feeling sovereignty over your inner life. You stop chasing people who don't see you, waiting for perfect conditions to feel peace. Instead, you offer that peace to yourself now, as you are, without needing to change the world first. The invitation of impassion is radical in its simplicity. No dogma, no pressure to be more than you are, just a call to come closer to your own path. It's not about becoming better, but about living your truth. The transcript underscores that this truth can't be borrowed, it must be lived. Every time you pause to notice your breath, question a harsh thought, or feel your body's signals, you're answering that call. You're building trust in your own knowing, a trust that doesn't need applause or validation, but simply stands. This inner trust reshapes your relationship with yourself. You begin to see wisdom not as a far-off goal, but as something already within, waiting to be uncovered through attention. The Buddha's invitation remains open. No need to sit under a tree for days or master chants, just the courage to be curious. Curiosity becomes the key to freedom, allowing you to meet each moment without judgment, to see your experience as it is, not as you've been told it should be. As you live this way, comparison dissolves. You no longer measure your worth against external standards or chase happiness as a distant prize. You start to trust that your experience, even its painful parts, is meaningful. Your insight matters, your healing unique. The transcript's promise rings true. This kind of clarity doesn't shout or need to impress, it simply is quiet, steady, luminous. You don't have to earn it. You just uncover it. breath by breath, moment by moment. This practice of impassion is nourishment for the soul, not philosophy for the intellect. It's a reminder that you're not broken, not behind, not late, you're right on time. The invitation echoes softly. Come and see, come and know, come and be. As you drift into rest, let this truth settle. You are already on the path, and every curious glance inward brings you closer to the freedom of being fully yourself. Letting go of noise, releasing impressions, fears, and unworthy stories. The world is loud, a cacophony of expectations, judgments, and demands that drown out the quiet voice of your true self. You've been conditioned to believe that your worth lies in how others perceive you, in the impressions you leave, the fears you conquer, and the stories you've been told about who you are. But these are not truths, they are noise, layers of distortion that obscure the luminous clarity within. Buddhist wisdom, as the transcript gently reveals, teaches that self-love is not about adding more to yourself, but about letting go of what was never truly you. By releasing the need to impress, the fear of being alone, and the unworthy stories that bind you, you create space to remember who you are beneath it all, a being whole, worthy, and free. The noise begins early, with messages that train you to seek approval as a measure of value. The transcript poignantly notes that we're taught to collect praise like currency, to believe worth comes from being seen, liked, or right by someone else's standards. This creates an ache, a disconnection from your own heart, as you chase external validation to fill an inner void. The need to impress becomes a relentless task, shaping how you speak, act, and even think. Every step feels like a performance, every moment a test to prove you're enough. But no amount of applause silences the doubt, because the noise you're trying to outrun is within, fueled by stories that say you're not worthy as you are. These stories are heavy, woven from fears of rejection, failure, or solitude. They whisper that you're not enough, that you must change to be loved, that being alone is a flaw to fix. The transcript describes this as clinging to narratives that hurt, stories that lose their power when met with Buddhist teachings. Letting go of these stories doesn't mean denying your past or pretending pain didn't happen. It means seeing them for what they are: temporary, constructed, not the essence of you. They are clouds passing through the sky of your awareness, not the sky itself. By releasing them, you reclaim the space they've occupied, allowing your true self to breathe. The fear of being alone is a particularly sticky thread in this noise. Society equates solitude with lack, but Buddhist wisdom reframes it as an opportunity for presence. Alone, you meet yourself without filters, without the need to perform. The transcript's invitation to come and see for yourself through impassion is a call to embrace this quiet space, to explore your inner world without fear. Solitude becomes a sanctuary where you listen to your heart, where fears lose their grip when seen clearly. You begin to realize that being alone doesn't mean being unworthy. It means being whole, capable of standing in your own presence with trust. Releasing the need to impress is another act of liberation. The transcript highlights how this need drives you to check mirrors before entering rooms, to filter words for acceptance, to measure actions against others' expectations. But this performance is exhausting, pulling you further from your truth. Buddhist practice invites you to step away from this stage, to let go of the script that says you must be perfect to be loved. It's not about becoming indifferent to others' opinions, but about anchoring your worth within. When you stop seeking approval, you stop giving your power away. You smile at compliments without clinging, hear criticism without collapsing, and move through the world with a quiet confidence that doesn't need to prove anything. Letting go of unworthy stories requires courage, because they feel like part of you. The transcript describes these as tales that tell you you're not enough, stories that thrive in secrecy and darkness. But when you bring them into the light of awareness, they begin to unravel. This isn't about fighting them or arguing their validity. It's about seeing them as visitors, not residents. The Buddha's path of direct seeing teaches you to observe these narratives without judgment, to question their truth. Are you truly the failure that one mistake suggests? Is the shame from a past choice your entire identity? When you look closely, you see these stories are fragile, built on assumptions, not facts. The practice of letting go starts with small, intentional acts of presence. Notice when you're caught in the need to impress, perhaps in a conversation where you're shaping words to please. Pause, breathe, and ask, what would I say if I trusted myself? Feel the fear of being alone when it arises, perhaps in a quiet evening. Instead of distracting yourself, sit with it, letting it soften as you breathe. Observe an unworthy thought, like, I'll never be enough, and instead of believing it, watch it pass like a cloud. These moments, as the transcript calls them, are sacred cracks in the armor, chances to touch the part of you that is always whole. This letting go creates space for something new, not more noise, but clarity. The transcript promises that as you release these burdens, tension melts, the heart softens, and overthinking quiets. You begin to feel safe inside your own soul, not because the world has changed, but because you've stopped fighting yourself. This safety is the essence of self-love, a return to the truth that you are enough as you are. It's not about becoming better, but becoming free, free from the stories that have kept you small, free from the fears that have held you back, free from the need to be anything other than yourself. Living without this noise changes how you move through the world. You stop comparing your worth to others' highlight reels, as the transcript suggests, and start tasting life as it is. Your experiences, even the painful ones, become meaningful, not because they define you, but because they teach you. You say yes and no with confidence, not because you're stubborn, but because you trust your own knowing. You stop waiting for others to validate your worth, because you've seen it for yourself. This is the freedom Impassion offers, a freedom rooted in direct experience, not borrowed beliefs. The process isn't always easy. Letting go means facing the discomfort of emptiness where noise once lived. But this emptiness, as Buddhist wisdom teaches, is not lack its potential. It's the space where your true self can emerge, unburdened by impressions, fears, or unworthy stories. The transcript assures that no experience is wasted when met with presence. Every moment you choose to release a story, every time you face a fear with curiosity, every instance you let go of the need to impress, you come closer to your truth. This truth is quiet, steady, luminous, as the transcript beautifully describes. It doesn't need to shout, win, or impress anyone, it simply is. You don't have to earn it. You uncover it by letting go, by trusting that what remains when the noise fades is enough. Every breath you take in this practice is a step toward freedom, a reminder that you're not broken, not behind, but right on time. As you drift into rest, let the invitation to let go echo softly. Release the noise. Come and see. Come and be. You are already on the path, and every moment of release brings you closer to the peace of being fully yourself. The gentle shift, from criticism to quiet trust. The inner critic is a relentless voice, sharp and unyielding, whispering that you're not enough, that you've failed again, that you'll never change. It doesn't pause to acknowledge your efforts or soften at your progress. It clings to flaws as if they were your identity. Yet, as the transcript reveals, this voice is not the truth, it's a habit, a pattern shaped by years of conditioning, not your essence. Buddhist wisdom offers a path to shift from this harsh self-criticism to a quiet, grounded trust in yourself, not through force or denial, but through a gentle, steady practice of seeing clearly. This shift, subtle yet profound, transforms the way you relate to yourself, moving from a battlefield of judgment to a sanctuary of presence where trust can grow. The critic's voice feels convincing because it's familiar. It speaks in absolutes: you always mess up, you're not worthy, and carries the weight of old wounds, societal pressures, and unexamined fears. The transcript describes this as a lifelong habit of rejection, one that thrives in darkness, feeding on the belief that you are your mistakes. But Buddhist teachings, particularly the invitation of impassioned come and see for yourself, offer a way out. By turning inward with curiosity, you begin to see this voice, not as your truth, but as a passing mental event, a cloud in the vast sky of your awareness. This seeing is the first step toward freedom, where criticism loses its grip and trust begins to take root. This gentle shift starts with awareness, not argument. You don't need to silence the critic with force or drown it in affirmations. Instead, as the transcript suggests, you watch it, observe how it arises, how it speaks, how it fades. When a thought like, "I'm a failure," surfaces, pause and notice it without believing it. Ask, is this true? Is this helpful? This questioning, rooted in wisdom rather than anxiety, creates space between you and the thought. You begin to see it as separate from your identity, a visitor rather than a resident. This act of witnessing, gentle and non-judgmental, softens the critic's power, allowing trust to emerge not loud or boastful, but quiet and steady. The transcript emphasizes that this trust is not arrogant, it's grounded, a kind that doesn't need to shout. It grows from repeated moments of seeing clearly, from trusting your own experience over external narratives. When you stop mistaking thoughts for who you are, you stop giving them the power to define you. The Buddha's path of direct seeing teaches that your worth isn't tied to your flaws or achievements, it's inherent, uncovered through presence. This realization shifts you from criticism's harsh cycle to a softer rhythm of self-acceptance, where you meet yourself with curiosity rather than condemnation. Practicing this shift requires patience, because the critic's voice is stubborn, shaped by years of conditioning. It may resurface when you make a mistake, feel uncertain, or face rejection, but each time you meet it with awareness, you weaken its hold. The transcript beautifully illustrates this with the idea of meeting hidden parts, doubt, fear, the not enough, without flinching. For example, when you notice a thought like, "I'll never get this right," instead of agreeing, you breathe and observe it. You might say to yourself, "This is just a thought, not my truth." This small act of presence creates a crack in the armor of self-criticism, letting trust seep through. This trust manifests in practical ways. You start to move through life with less need to prove yourself. The transcript describes this as entering a room without checking mirrors, smiling at compliments without clinging, hearing criticism without collapsing. These are signs of a quiet confidence, not born of perfection but of clarity. You begin to trust that your experience, even its messy parts, is valid. You stop waiting for external validation to feel worthy, because you've seen your worth through your own eyes. This is the sovereignty the transcript speaks of, a sense of being the author of your inner life, no longer outsourcing your truth. The shift from criticism to trust also dissolves the need for comparison. The transcript notes that living this way stops you from measuring your worth against others' highlight reels. You no longer chase happiness as something to earn, but taste life as it is, finding meaning in your unique journey. When you trust your own experience, you stop needing to be right by someone else's definition. You say yes or no with confidence, not because you're defiant, but because you're grounded in your own knowing. This trust allows you to meet life's challenges with resilience, knowing that even painful moments are part of the path, not proof of your inadequacy. This process isn't about erasing criticism entirely, thoughts will arise, but about changing how you relate to them. The transcript reminds us that no thought is permanent, they pass like clouds. When you stop identifying with the critic's voice, you create space for compassion. You might notice a harsh thought and respond with tenderness. "This is fear speaking, not me. I'm here, and I'm enough." This response, rooted in clarity, builds a sanctuary within a place where you can return when the world feels overwhelming, where you don't have to fight yourself to feel safe. The gentle shift to trust also means embracing impermanence, a key Buddhist insight. The critic's voice feels permanent, but it's not. The transcript explains that every moment you are shifting, living, breathing, not fixed or frozen. The version of you the critic attacks is already gone, replaced by the awareness that sees it. This understanding frees you from carrying criticism as a life sentence. You begin to see mistakes as moments, not identities, and trust grows in the space where judgment once lived. This trust is practical, not abstract. The next time the critic speaks, don't argue or collapse, just notice. Watch the thought arise, linger, and fade. Don't wrap your worth around it. Breathe and stay present. The transcript's invitation is clear. You don't need to become the thought. This act of non-identification is the gift of Buddhist practice. It liberates you from the cycle of self-attack, allowing trust to flourish. You begin to see that wisdom isn't a far-off goal. It's here, uncovered through each moment of honest attention. As you cultivate this quiet trust, something beautiful emerges, a sense of safety within your own soul. The transcript promises that the knots in your chest loosen, the racing thoughts quiet, and you remember what it feels like to be at home in yourself. This isn't because you've fixed everything, but because you've stopped fighting what is. You're not broken or behind, you're right on time. Every moment you choose presence over criticism, you come closer to your truth, a truth that doesn't need to shout or prove itself. It simply is, steady and luminous, waiting for you to see it. Curiosity as courage, small sacred moments of self-discovery. In the quiet heart of Buddhist practice lies a simple yet profound act, the courage to be curious about your own experience. The transcript frames this curiosity as the key to self-discovery, a gentle bravery that doesn't demand grand gestures or perfect outcomes, but thrives in small, sacred moments of presence. To be curious is to step toward yourself without judgment, to meet your thoughts, feelings, and sensations with an open heart, asking, "What is here?" rather than, "What should I be?" This shift, rooted in the invitation of impassion, "Come and see for yourself," transforms curiosity into a path of liberation, where every moment of attention becomes a step toward remembering your true, whole self. Curiosity is courage because it requires you to face what you've long avoided. The transcript speaks of meeting hidden parts, doubt, fear, confusion, the persistent "not enough" without flinching. These are the shadows that thrive in secrecy, growing heavier when ignored. But when you approach them with curiosity, you disarm their power. You don't need to fix or push them away. You simply observe, as the Buddha did, with careful attention. This act of looking inward, of questioning rather than believing, is what the transcript calls a sacred crack in the armor, a moment where you touch the part of you that is always whole, even amid life's messiness. These moments of self-discovery begin small. Notice the sensation of your breath slowing, softening your chest, quieting the mind for just a second, as the transcript suggests. Feel the tension in your body when you strive to please others and ask, "Why is this here?" Observe a thought that says you're unlovable and, instead of agreeing, pause to question its truth. These are not dramatic acts, they're subtle, intimate, and deeply powerful. Each one is a choice to trust your own experience over the noise of external expectations, to see your inner world as a teacher rather than a problem to solve. The transcript emphasizes that this curiosity doesn't require you to change your life overnight or master complex teachings. You don't need to sit under a tree for days or chant perfectly. All it asks is the willingness to be present, to be curious about what arises in this moment. This simplicity is what makes it accessible to everyone, regardless of past mistakes, regrets, or doubts. The Buddha's invitation to come and see is universal, a call to explore your own heart without needing permission or prerequisites. It's a reminder that wisdom isn't a distant treasure, it's already within, waiting to be uncovered through attention. This practice of curiosity counters the conditioning that pulls you away from yourself. The transcript describes how we're trained to seek external validation, to believe our worth lies in others' approval. This creates a disconnection, an ache for our own knowing. Curiosity heals this by turning your gaze inward, not to judge or fix, but to understand. When you notice a harsh thought, like, "I'm not enough," and meet it with a question, "Is this true?" you begin to unravel its hold. You see it as a passing event, not a permanent truth, and in that seeing, you reclaim your power. These small moments of curiosity are sacred because they reconnect you to your inherent wholeness. The transcript calls them cracks in the armor, where you touch the part of you untouched by criticism or fear. For example, when you feel the weight of trying to impress others, pause and notice the tightness in your shoulders. Breathe into it and ask, "What am I holding here?" This simple act shifts you from performance to presence, from striving to being. It's not about erasing the tension, but about meeting it with kindness, allowing it to soften under your attention. Curiosity also dissolves the need to compare yourself to others. The transcript highlights that living this way stops you from measuring your worth against highlight reels, chasing happiness as something external to earn. Instead, you taste life as it is, finding meaning in your unique experience. A moment of curiosity, pausing to feel your breath, questioning a self-critical thought, or listening to your body's signals grounds you in your own truth. You begin to trust that your journey, even its painful parts, is meaningful, not because it's perfect, but because it's yours. This practice builds a quiet trust, not loud or boastful, but steady, as the transcript describes. It's a trust that grows from repeated acts of attention, from seeing your thoughts and feelings without clinging or rejecting. When you're curious about a moment of doubt, you might say, "This is here, but it's not all of me." When fear arises, you might breathe and ask, "What does this need?" These responses don't erase the feeling, but change how you relate to it, creating space for compassion and understanding. Over time, this trust becomes a sanctuary, a place you return to when the world feels overwhelming. The courage of curiosity lies in its willingness to face discomfort. The transcript reminds us that turning inward means meeting parts you've avoided, but these parts lose their grip when seen gently. For instance, when shame creeps in, curiosity invites you to sit with it, to ask, "Where did this come from?" rather than believing it defines you. This act of presence doesn't make the shame disappear instantly, but it softens its edges, revealing it as a visitor, not your essence. Each curious moment is a step toward freedom, where you no longer run from yourself, but meet yourself with openness. This path of self-discovery through curiosity is practical and immediate. The next time a harsh thought arises, don't fight it, watch it. Notice how it feels in your body, how it shifts with your breath. The transcript's invitation is clear. You don't need to become the thought. By observing it, you create space for trust to grow, trust in your ability to see clearly, to live honestly. These moments accumulate, reshaping your inner world from one of criticism to one of possibility. As you practice curiosity, you begin to feel what the transcript calls safety inside your own soul. The racing thoughts quiet, the knots in your chest loosen, and you remember what it's like to be at home in yourself. This isn't because you've fixed everything, but because you've stopped fighting what is. You're not broken or late. You're unfolding, breath by breath. The transcript's promise rings true. Every curious glance inward is a sacred moment, bringing you closer to your truth, a truth that doesn't need to prove itself. It simply is, luminous and steady, waiting for you to discover it. Cultivating loving kindness and compassion, metta for the whole self, extending goodwill to shadows and pain. Metta, or loving kindness, is a cornerstone of Buddhist practice, a gentle yet fierce act of extending goodwill to all parts of yourself, not just the polished, achieving self, but the shadowed, aching parts that hide in silence. The transcript illuminates this practice as a radical path to healing, one that embraces every fragment of your being, from the moments you're proud of to the ones that make your stomach drop. Metta isn't about forcing positive feelings or masking pain. It's about offering kindness to your whole self, especially where it's hardest, where shame, guilt, and fear reside. By directing goodwill to these shadows, you begin to dissolve the war within, creating a space where love can soften what has long been frozen. The practice of metta challenges the conditioned belief that love must be earned through flawlessness. The transcript poignantly notes that we've been trained to fix ourselves, to be productive rather than present, good rather than whole. Yet metta insists on wholeness, inviting you to meet yourself as you are, messy, human, imperfect, with the same tenderness you'd offer a dear friend. This begins with acknowledging the parts you've rejected, the self that cries at night, snaps when scared, feels lost in crowded rooms, or carries regrets and fears. These are not flaws to erase, but parts of you longing to be seen, held, and loved without punishment. Metta meditation starts with a simple act of presence, as the transcript describes. Closing your eyes, bringing attention to your heart, and offering space without forcing a feeling. You say to yourself, whatever is here, I won't turn away. Then, like planting seeds in soil you've forgotten to trust, you repeat gentle phrases, may I be safe, may I be well, may I be kind to myself, may I live with ease. These words aren't meant to be felt immediately, they're an offering, a quiet commitment to kindness. At first, this may feel unnatural, even resistant, because you've been taught to criticize, not cradle, your vulnerabilities. But metta isn't about being good, it's about becoming whole again. The transcript emphasizes that metta extends beyond the smiling, achieving self to the shadows, the memories that haunt, the habits you hide, the shame that lingers in your body. Directing goodwill to these parts is radical because it defies the instinct to reject what hurts. For example, consider a memory that makes your stomach drop, perhaps a moment you hurt someone unknowingly. Instead of pushing it away, you breathe and say, may this part of me be held, may this pain be softened. This isn't self-pity or denial, it's fierce compassion, a willingness to see clearly and stay present, offering love where rejection once ruled. This practice unlearns the lifelong habit of self-rejection. The transcript notes that most try to meditate away their darkness, but metta says, bring it with you, not to indulge pain, but to understand it. What you meet with, love transforms. What you avoid controls you. Guilt isn't healed by shame, it's softened by truth and care. Fear isn't silenced by willpower, it's calmed by presence. Shame doesn't dissolve through achievement, it fades through understanding. By offering phrases like may this fear know it's not alone, may this shame feel seen without punishment, you create a new relationship with your pain, one rooted in inclusion rather than exile. Metta for the whole self recognizes that your most wounded parts aren't enemies, but younger versions of you, stuck in survival. The transcript beautifully frames this as a homecoming, where these parts need attention and warmth, not punishment or discipline. When you breathe gently into a tight space in your chest and say, you're allowed to be here, you're welcoming these fragments home. When you hold a thought of unworthiness with tenderness, you're soothing a part that's been shamed too long. When you say no to the inner voice that attacks and yes to the one that soothes, you're building a sanctuary where all of you belongs. This practice is a rhythm, not a one-time act, as the transcript underscores. Love isn't something you give yourself once and move on. It's a returning, especially when old stories resurface, whispering that you're too broken, too late, too far gone. These stories don't need to be argued with, they need to be seen through. Repeating metta phrases, even when they feel hollow, is like watering seeds in dry soil. Over time, the ground softens and trust grows. You begin to see that even the worst thought is just a thought, and thoughts pass, but your heart remains. The transcript reminds us that metta doesn't demand perfection or rush healing. It meets what's real, again and again, until that meeting becomes familiar. The parts of you that once flinched at your own presence start to relax, feeling safe because they're finally seen without judgment. This safety transforms your inner world, not by erasing pain but by including it in love. You begin to hold the mess and the magic in the same hands, sitting in silence with pain without being consumed, loving yourself through tenderness rather than strength. Metta builds something unshakable, not a shield, but a sanctuary, as the transcript describes. It's a space inside that says, no matter what you feel, you don't have to go away. When the world overwhelms, when mistakes weigh heavy, when your mind insists you're not enough, you return here to breath, to space, to kindness. You say, may I be kind to this moment. May I be gentle with what I find here. May I let myself belong to this breath. This return is the practice, a quiet defiance of the belief that you must be flawless to be worthy. This loving kindness isn't about pretending you're okay, it's about knowing that being not okay is part of the path. The transcript's promise is clear. As you offer goodwill to your shadows, what was frozen begins to melt, and beneath the armor, peace emerges. Not a peace that proves anything or collapses under discomfort, but one that says, I carry pain, and I carry love, too. These are not opposites, but companions in your whole human heart. Every time you practice metta, you're choosing to include all of yourself in love, softening the sharpness of pain and stepping closer to freedom. Radical healing through fierce compassion and presence. Fierce compassion is not the soft, surface-level kindness that smiles and pretends everything is fine. It is a bold, unwavering presence that dares to meet your deepest pain head-on, refusing to turn away from the parts of you that hurt the most. The transcript describes this as a love that reaches into the shadows, declaring, even this belongs, even you belong. This is the heart of metta, or loving kindness, a practice that fosters radical healing by embracing every fragment of your being, especially the shame, guilt, and fear you've been taught to reject. Through the steady act of staying present with what is, metta transforms the war within into a path of wholeness, where pain is not an enemy but a doorway to freedom. The radical nature of this healing lies in its refusal to bypass suffering. The transcript highlights that most people try to meditate away their darkness, hoping to erase it with positive thoughts or achievements. But metta takes a different approach. It says, bring it with you. This isn't about indulging pain or wallowing in self-pity. It's about understanding that what you avoid controls you, while what you meet with love transforms. When you sit with a memory that stings, a habit you hide, or a fear that whispers you're not enough, you're not reinforcing the pain, you're freeing it by offering it the compassion it's been denied. This process begins with telling the truth. As the transcript emphasizes, you're tired of running from yourself, done editing your humanity to be more lovable, ready to sit beside the parts that hurt without pushing them away. This honesty is fierce because it defies the conditioning to fix yourself before you're worthy of love. Instead, metta invites you to close your eyes, bring your attention to your heart, and offer space with the simple declaration, whatever is here, I won't turn away. You repeat phrases like, may I be safe, may I be well, may I be kind to myself, may I live with ease. These aren't forced affirmations, but seeds planted in soil you've forgotten to trust, nurturing healing through presence. Consider a moment of shame that lingers in your body, perhaps a choice you regret or a time you felt unworthy. Instead of suppressing it, metta asks you to breathe into that tightness, to say, may this shame feel seen without punishment. This act of presence is radical because it doesn't demand the shame disappear. It allows it to be, softening its edges with kindness. The transcript explains that guilt isn't healed by more shame, it's softened by truth and care. Fear isn't silenced by willpower, it's calmed by staying present. Shame doesn't dissolve through external validation, it fades through understanding born of compassion. This fierce compassion recognizes that your wounded parts are not flaws but younger versions of you, stuck in survival, as the transcript beautifully articulates. They don't need punishment or discipline, they need attention and warmth, a heart to come home to. When you feel the weight of a past mistake, you might breathe and say, may this part of me be held. When anxiety tightens your chest, you might whisper, "May this fear know it's not alone." These phrases, repeated with intention, create a rhythm of returning, a practice that makes meeting your pain feel familiar, safe, even sacred. The transcript underscores that this healing isn't about forcing positive thoughts, it's about being honest about what's real. At first, offering kindness to your shadows may feel unnatural, even resisted, because you've been taught to be productive, not present, to be good, not whole. But metta isn't about making you good, it's about making you whole again. It's about acknowledging that you're tired of the war within, that you're ready to stop editing your humanity for approval. This honesty is the spark of radical healing, where you choose to sit with pain, not to drown in it, but to free it through presence. Presence is the key to this transformation. By staying with what hurts, you unlearn the habit of rejection. The transcript notes that what you meet with love transforms, while what you avoid controls you. When you breathe into a moment of regret, you're not indulging it, you're understanding it. You see the conditions that shaped it: fear, confusion, or unmet needs, and offer compassion instead of judgment. This doesn't erase the past, but changes how you carry it, turning wounds into entry points for growth. The practice is slow but steady, a homecoming that happens every time you say, "You're allowed to be here," to a part of you that's been exiled. This fierce compassion builds a sanctuary within, as the transcript describes a space that says, "No matter what you feel, you don't have to go away." When the world feels overwhelming, when mistakes weigh heavy, when your mind insists you're not enough, you return to this sanctuary. You breathe and say, "May I be kind to this moment. May I be gentle with what I find here." This isn't about pretending you're okay, it's about knowing that being not okay is part of the path. You can hold the mess and the magic in the same hands, sitting in silence with pain without being consumed by it. The beauty of metta lies in its persistence, its refusal to abandon you, even when old stories resurface, those voices that say, "You're too broken, too late, too far gone." The transcript reminds us that these stories don't need to be argued with, they need to be seen through. By repeating metta phrases, by returning to presence, you remind yourself that even the worst thought is just a thought, and thoughts pass, but your heart remains. This rhythm of returning builds something unshakable, not a shield against pain, but a space where pain can exist alongside love, where both are companions in your whole human heart. Radical healing through metta is not a destination, but a practice, a continuous choice to meet yourself with fierce compassion. It's the courage to say, "I see you," to the parts you've hidden, to offer kindness where you once offered rejection. The transcript's promise is profound. As you practice, what was frozen begins to melt, and beneath the armor, peace emerges, not a peace that needs to prove anything, but one that holds both pain and love, without losing itself. Every breath you take in this practice is a step toward wholeness, a reminder that you were never meant to be at war with yourself. You are not broken, you are becoming, and this fierce, present love is the path. Unlearning, rejection, transforming guilt, fear, and shame. Rejection of self is a habit forged over years, a reflex to push away the parts of you deemed unworthy, guilt that lingers, fear that whispers, shame that burns. These emotions, as the transcript reveals, thrive in darkness, feeding on the belief that they define you. But metta, or loving kindness, offers a path to unlearn this rejection, transforming guilt, fear, and shame, not by erasing them, but by meeting them with fierce compassion. This practice, rooted in presence, doesn't seek to banish these shadows, but to hold them close, to see them as visitors, not your essence, and to soften their grip through understanding and love. By doing so, you reclaim the parts of yourself you've exiled, turning wounds into gateways for healing. The instinct to reject guilt, fear, and shame comes from a culture that equates worth with flawlessness. The transcript notes that we've been trained to fix ourselves, to be productive rather than present, to be good rather than whole. When guilt arises from a past mistake, fear from uncertainty, or shame from feeling not enough. The reflex is to hide, suppress, or fight them. But this rejection only strengthens their hold. As the transcript warns, what you avoid controls you. Metta flips this pattern, inviting you to bring these emotions into the light of awareness, to meet them with kindness rather than condemnation, transforming their power over you into an opportunity for growth. This transformation begins with truth-telling. As the transcript emphasizes, you're tired of running from yourself, done editing your humanity to be lovable. Guilt, fear, and shame are not enemies. They're signals of deeper needs, younger parts of you stuck in survival. Consider guilt over a past choice, perhaps words spoken in anger. Instead of spiraling into self-blame, Metta asks you to sit with it, to breathe and say, "May this guilt be softened." This isn't denial, it's acknowledgement paired with care. You see the conditions that led to the choice, ignorance, pain, or fear, and offer compassion to the self who didn't know better, rather than punishment. Fear, too, transforms under Metta's gaze. When anxiety whispers, "You're not enough," the instinct is to silence it with willpower or distraction. But the transcript teaches that fear isn't overcome by force, it's calmed by presence. Pause, breathe, and direct kindness to the fear. May this fear know it's not alone. This act of staying present doesn't make fear vanish instantly, but it shifts its weight. You begin to see it as a passing wave, not a permanent state. By meeting fear with compassion, you allow it to move through you, revealing the underlying need perhaps for safety or trust that you can now nurture. Shame, perhaps the heaviest of these emotions, thrives in secrecy, as the transcript describes. It lives in the body, tightening your chest or dropping your stomach, convincing you that you're fundamentally flawed. Metta challenges this by offering a radical alternative. May this shame feel seen without punishment. When you bring shame into the open, perhaps the shame of a failure or a hidden habit, you strip it of its power to control. You're not indulging it, but understanding it, seeing the conditions that shaped it, like societal pressures or past criticism. With each breath, you offer kindness to the part of you that's been hiding, creating a space where shame can soften into acceptance. This practice of metta is a rhythm of returning, as the transcript beautifully articulates. It's not about a single moment of healing, but a steady commitment to meet these emotions again and again. When guilt resurfaces, you don't argue with it, you breathe and offer, "May this part of me be held." When fear creeps in, you don't run, you say, "May this fear be eased." When shame whispers, you don't collapse, you respond, "May this shame be met with care." This repetition, even when it feels awkward or resisted, plants seeds of compassion in soil long hardened by rejection. Over time, the ground softens, and these emotions lose their sharpness. The transcript's insight that what you meet with love transforms is key to this process. Guilt, when met with truth and care, becomes a teacher, revealing where you can act with greater awareness. Fear, when calmed by presence, points to what your heart seeks: connection, safety, trust. Shame, when understood rather than fought, dissolves into a recognition of your shared humanity. These emotions are not your identity, they're visitors, as the transcript describes, and by meeting them with metta, you free them to pass, leaving space for healing to emerge. Unlearning rejection means recognizing that these emotions don't make you broken, they make you human. The transcript reminds us that your wounded parts are younger versions of you, needing attention and warmth, not discipline or exile. When you breathe into a tight space in your chest and say, "You're allowed to be here," you're welcoming these parts home. When you hold a guilty thought with tenderness, you're soothing a self that's been punished too long. When you say no to the voice of shame and yes to the voice that soothes, you're building a sanctuary where all of you belongs. This transformation is slow but steady, a homecoming that happens breath by breath. The transcript assures that metta doesn't rush or demand perfection, it meets what's real until it becomes familiar. The parts of you that once flinched at your presence begin to relax, feeling safe because they're seen without judgment. You start to hold the mess and the magic in the same hands, as the transcript poetically states, sitting with pain without being consumed, loving yourself through tenderness rather than strength. The sanctuary metta builds is unshakable, a space that says, no matter what you feel, you don't have to go away. When guilt, fear, or shame arise, you return to this space, to breath, to kindness, saying, may I be gentle with what I find here. This isn't about pretending you're okay, it's about knowing that being not okay is part of the path. By unlearning rejection, you create a new relationship with yourself, one where guilt becomes growth, fear becomes clarity, and shame becomes connection. This is the radical healing of metta, not erasing pain, but including it in love so fully that it loses its power to define you, leaving only the truth of your whole worthy heart. Building a sanctuary, returning to kindness in difficult moments. In the midst of life's storms, when overwhelm crashes, mistakes weigh heavy, or the mind whispers, you're not enough, there lies a profound opportunity to build an inner sanctuary, a space of unshakable kindness where you can return, no matter how far you've drifted. The transcript describes this sanctuary as a place that says, no matter what you feel, you don't have to go away. Through the practice of metta, or loving kindness, you cultivate this refuge, not by escaping difficulty, but by meeting it with gentle presence, offering compassion to yourself in moments when it's hardest to feel worthy. This sanctuary, built breath by breath, becomes a home where you can rest, heal, and remember your inherent wholeness, even in the face of pain. Difficult moments test the habit of self-rejection. When anxiety spikes, guilt resurfaces, or shame tightens your chest, the instinct is to fight, flee, or fix yourself to be more lovable. The transcript challenges this, noting that we've been trained to be productive, not present, to be good, not whole. Metta, however, offers a different path. Instead of running from these moments, you return to them with kindness. This return is not a one-time act, but a rhythm, a practice of coming back to yourself with phrases like, may I be kind to this moment, may I be gentle with what I find here. These words, repeated with intention, create a space where even the messiest emotions belong. Building this sanctuary begins with presence, as the transcript suggests. When difficulty arises, perhaps a memory of failure or a wave of self-doubt, you don't push it away or try to force positivity. Instead, you sit with it, bringing your attention to your heart and saying, whatever is here, I won't turn away. This act of staying present is an act of courage, a refusal to abandon yourself. You might breathe into the tightness in your body and offer, may this pain be softened. This isn't about erasing the feeling, but about holding it with care, creating a space where it can exist without defining you. The transcript emphasizes that this sanctuary is not a shield against pain, but a space that includes it. When you feel overwhelmed, you return to breath, to space, to kindness, saying, may I let myself belong to this breath. This practice is fierce in its simplicity, acknowledging that difficult moments are not mistakes, they're part of the path. For example, when you're caught in a spiral of self-criticism after a mistake, pause and direct kindness to the part that hurts. May this part of me be held. This doesn't erase the mistake, but shifts how you relate to it, from shame to compassion, from rejection to inclusion. This returning builds a sanctuary over time, as the transcript describes, through repeated acts of gentleness. Each time you meet a difficult moment with metta, you strengthen this inner refuge. The practice is slow but steady, a homecoming to the parts of you that have been exiled by judgment. When guilt over a past choice surfaces, you don't spiral into self-attack. You breathe and say, may this guilt know it's not alone. When fear of failure grips you, you don't distract yourself, you offer, may this fear be eased. These moments of kindness accumulate, creating a space where you feel safe to be fully human, flaws and all. The transcript's insight that what you meet with love transforms is central to this process. Difficult emotions like guilt, fear, or shame thrive when avoided, growing heavier in secrecy. But when met with compassion, they lose their sharpness. The transcript compares these emotions to younger versions of you, stuck in survival, needing warmth, not punishment. By returning to kindness in these moments, you're welcoming these parts home, saying, "You're allowed to be here." This act of inclusion doesn't indulge pain, it understands it, seeing the conditions that shaped it, like past criticism or unmet needs, and offering care instead of rejection. This sanctuary is not about pretending you're okay, as the transcript clarifies. It's about knowing that being not okay is part of the path. When you're overwhelmed, you don't need to wait for calm to offer yourself kindness. You can love yourself in the middle of the storm, holding the mess and the magic in the same hands. The transcript beautifully illustrates this. You can sit in silence with pain without being consumed, loving yourself through tenderness rather than strength. This tenderness is what makes the sanctuary unshakable, a space that holds you through difficulty, not because it erases it, but because it includes it in love. The practice of returning to kindness is practical and immediate. In a moment of overwhelm, pause and breathe. Notice where the tension lives in your body, perhaps a clenched jaw or heavy chest, and offer it kindness. May this moment be met with care. When old stories of unworthiness arise, don't argue with them. See them as thoughts that pass, and return to your heart with, "May I be gentle with what I find here." The transcript reminds us that even the worst thought is just a thought, and thoughts pass, but the heart remains. This rhythm of returning builds a sanctuary that grows stronger with each act of presence. This inner refuge changes how you navigate life's challenges. The transcript notes that when the world feels overwhelming or mistakes weigh heavy, you return to this space, to breath, to kindness. You stop needing to be flawless to be worthy, because the sanctuary says, you belong as you are. This doesn't mean you avoid responsibility or ignore pain. It means you meet them with compassion, creating a foundation for healing that is rooted, not fragile. You begin to trust that you can hold both pain and love, not as opposites but as companions in your whole human heart. The beauty of this sanctuary is its accessibility. You don't need perfect conditions or a flawless practice, just the willingness to return, as the transcript assures. Every breath is a chance to come back to kindness, every difficult moment an opportunity to build this refuge. As you do, you find peace, not a peace that proves anything or collapses under discomfort, but one that says, I carry pain, and I carry love too. This is the radical gift of metta, a sanctuary where you are never turned away, where you learn to love yourself, not by escaping difficulty, but by meeting it with a heart that stays open, steady, and kind. Holding mess and magic, love as a practice of rhythm and return. Self-love, through the lens of metta, is not a single act of triumph or a destination where pain vanishes and perfection reigns. It is a practice, a rhythm, a continuous return to kindness that embraces both the mess and the magic of being human. The transcript beautifully captures this truth, stating that you can hold the mess, your pain, doubts, and imperfections, and the magic, your joy, growth, and resilience in the same hands. This practice of loving kindness is about returning to yourself, again and again, especially in moments when old stories of unworthiness resurface or life feels overwhelming. By cultivating this rhythm, you learn to love yourself not as a fixed ideal but as a living, unfolding process, where every return to compassion deepens your sense of wholeness. The transcript emphasizes that metta is not a one-time gift you give yourself before moving on. It's a practice of returning, a rhythm that sustains you through life's highs and lows. When you're caught in the chaos of guilt, fear, or shame, or when joy feels fleeting and undeserved, metta invites you to come back to your heart. This return is not about pretending everything is okay, but about acknowledging that being not okay is part of the path. You sit with pain without being consumed, offering phrases like, "May I be kind to this moment. May I be gentle with what I find here." These words, repeated with intention, become a lifeline, pulling you back to presence when you've drifted into self-rejection. This rhythm begins with the simple act of pausing. The transcript describes how, in difficult moments, when your mind spirals with thoughts like, "I'm too broken," or "I'm not enough," you don't need to argue with these stories. Instead, you see them through, recognizing them as thoughts that pass while your heart remains. For example, when a wave of self-doubt hits, you might pause, breathe, and say, "May I let myself belong to this breath." This act of returning doesn't erase the doubt, but softens its grip, reminding you that you are more than your thoughts, more than your pain. It's a practice of holding both the mess of struggle and the magic of your capacity to meet it with love. The beauty of this practice lies in its inclusivity. The transcript notes that metta allows you to hold the mess and the magic in the same hands, embracing the full spectrum of your humanity. The mess, your regrets, fears, or moments of feeling lost, is not something to reject, but to include. The magic, your moments of clarity, joy, or resilience, is not something to chase, but to cherish. When you feel overwhelmed, you return to kindness. "May I be safe." When you feel joy, you allow it without guilt. "May I be well." This rhythm of returning creates a sanctuary where all parts of you are welcome, where pain and love coexist as companions, not opposites. This practice is particularly powerful when old stories resurface, as the transcript highlights. Those voices that say you're too late, too far gone, or too flawed don't need to be fought, they need to be met with softness. Repeating metta phrases, even when they feel hollow, is like watering seeds in dry soil. You might say, "May this part of me be held," to a memory of failure, or "May this fear be eased," to anxiety about the future. Over time, this repetition makes the act of returning familiar, and the parts of you that once flinched at your presence begin to soften, feeling safe because they're seen without judgment. The transcript's insight that what you meet with love transforms is central to this rhythm. Guilt, fear, or shame, when avoided, grow heavier, controlling your inner world, but when met with compassion, they lose their sharpness. For instance, when shame creeps in about a past mistake, you might breathe and offer, "May this shame feel seen without punishment." This doesn't mean condoning the mistake, it means understanding the conditions that led to it, like confusion or pain, and choosing to respond with care. This act of inclusion transforms the emotion, not by erasing it, but by integrating it into your whole heart. This rhythm of return builds a sanctuary that is unshakable, as the transcript describes a space that says, "No matter what you feel, you don't have to go away." When the world overwhelms, when mistakes feel heavy, or when your mind insists you're not enough, you return to this sanctuary of breath, space, and kindness. You don't need to wait for calm to offer yourself love. You can practice it in the storm. The transcript beautifully illustrates this. You can sit in silence with pain without being consumed, loving yourself through tenderness rather than strength. This tenderness is what makes the sanctuary a home, a place where you are never exiled. The practice is practical and immediate. In a moment of overwhelm, pause and notice where the tension lives, perhaps a knot in your stomach or a racing heart. Breathe into it and say, "May I be gentle with what I find here." When joy arises, don't question your right to it, offer, "May I live with ease." These small acts of returning accumulate, creating a rhythm that sustains you. The transcript reminds us that even the worst thought is just a thought, and thoughts pass, but your heart remains. By returning to kindness, you build a foundation of trust, not in perfection, but in your capacity to show up for yourself. This rhythm changes how you live. You stop needing to be flawless to feel worthy, as the transcript assures, because you know that being human is messy and beautiful, often both at once. You begin to move through life with more grace, not because difficulties vanish, but because you trust your ability to meet them. You say yes to joy without guilt, no to demands without shame, and hold pain without letting it define you. This is the magic of metta. It allows you to carry both pain and love, not as burdens, but as parts of your unfolding heart. The sanctuary of metta is not a place of escape, but of transformation, where you learn to love yourself as a process, not a product. The transcript's promise is profound. As you return to kindness, what was frozen begins to melt, and beneath the armor, peace emerges, a peace that doesn't need to prove anything or collapse under discomfort. You carry both the mess and the magic, knowing they are companions in your whole human heart. Every return to metta is a step toward freedom, a reminder that you were never meant to war with yourself. You are not broken, you are becoming, and this rhythm of love, breath by breath, is the path. Embracing non-self, impermanence, and emptiness. Anatta, freeing yourself from fixed identity and criticism. The voice of self-criticism can feel like an unyielding judge, branding you with labels like failure or not enough, as if they were your permanent identity. Yet, the Buddhist teaching of anatta, or non-self, offers a liberating truth. You are not the voice that tears you down, nor are you a fixed, frozen self bound by these judgments. As the transcript beautifully articulates, anatta is not a cold denial of existence, but a warm invitation to freedom, releasing you from the illusion of a static identity. By seeing thoughts and criticisms as passing events rather than defining truths, you unshackle yourself from the weight of self-attack, opening a path to self-love, rooted in fluidity and presence. Anatta challenges the belief that you are a solid, unchanging self, defined by your thoughts, actions, or others' perceptions. The transcript explains that this belief fuels self-criticism, turning fleeting moments into lifelong verdicts. I feel like a failure becomes I am a failure. But anatta reveals that you are not your thoughts, your pain, or the names you've been given, not even the ones you give yourself. You are awareness, and awareness doesn't need to believe every thought it notices. This insight loosens the grip of criticism, allowing you to see judgments as clouds passing through the sky of your mind, not as the sky itself. This shift begins with observation, not argument. The transcript suggests watching thoughts, how they arise, speak, and fade without mistaking them for your identity. When a critical thought like, "I'll never change," emerges, pause and notice it. Ask, is this true? Is this me? This act of witnessing, rooted in the Buddha's teaching of direct seeing, creates space between you and the thought. You don't need to fight it or prove it wrong, just see it as a passing mental event, not a life sentence. This practice, gentle yet powerful, weakens the belief that criticism defines you, freeing you to relate to yourself with clarity instead of condemnation. The transcript emphasizes that anatta is not about erasing your existence but liberating it. You are not a fixed thing to be judged or perfected. You are a living, breathing process, shifting in every moment. The version of you the critic attacks is already gone, replaced by the awareness that sees it now. For example, when guilt over a past mistake surfaces, anatta reminds you that the self who made that choice no longer exists. You might breathe and say, "This thought is here, but it's not me." This perspective doesn't deny responsibility. It frees you from punishing yourself for being human, allowing growth instead of stagnation. This understanding transforms self-criticism into an opportunity for compassion. The transcript notes that the inner critic is shaped by causes and conditions, upbringing, pain, fear, or societal stories, not by some inherent flaw. When you see a harsh thought as a product of these conditions, you stop confusing it with your essence. Instead of silencing it with force, you meet it with tenderness. This is fear speaking, not truth. This shift, from believing to observing, creates a spacious mind where you no longer react to every judgment. You notice the urge to criticize and choose not to feed it, not out of effort but out of clarity. Living with anatta changes how you move through the world. The transcript describes this as becoming less defensive to criticism because there's no solid core to protect. You become more open to learning as growth doesn't threaten your identity. For instance, when someone points out a mistake, you don't collapse into shame. You see it as a moment to learn, not a verdict on your worth. You stop needing to protect a fixed version of yourself and start getting curious about who you might become next. This fluidity is freeing, allowing you to admit mistakes without shame and accept compliments without clinging. The freedom of anatta also softens the fears that fuel self-criticism, fear of rejection, failure, or being unlovable. The transcript explains that when you see yourself as not fixed, these fears lose their power. You don't need to be perfect to be loved or meet every expectation to be whole. You only need to be present, meeting this moment with sincerity, even if you're scared or uncertain. This presence makes love possible, not a love based on performance or worthiness, but one rooted in openness and truth. You are not the voice that judges, you are the awareness that notices. This practice is practical and immediate. The next time the inner critic arises, don't argue or collapse, just watch. Notice how the thought feels in your body, how it lingers, how it fades. The transcript's guidance is clear. You don't need to become the thought. Breathe and say, "This is passing, not me." This act of non-identification is the gift of anatta. It doesn't erase your existence, but liberates it from the weight of fixed labels. You begin to see that every painful belief about yourself is just one moment in a river that never stops flowing. As you embrace anatta, self-love becomes less about affirmations and more about understanding. You speak to yourself with tenderness, recognizing when criticism stems from fear or old patterns. You might say, "This thought is here, but it's not my truth." This clarity fosters compassion, not just for yourself but for others, as you see that no one is fixed forever, not even those who've hurt you. The transcript's promise is profound. By releasing the illusion of a fixed self, you create space for growth, for love, for a new way of being that doesn't need to defend or prove itself. This freedom is not detachment, but release from false certainty, from painful labels, from the idea that you are something broken to be fixed. You are not broken, you are becoming, as the transcript affirms. Every moment you observe a thought without becoming it, you step closer to this truth. You are not stuck, you are free to begin again, now and now and now. This is the liberation of anatta, a love that sees you as fluid, alive and worthy, not because you've erased criticism, but because you've learned to hold it lightly, trusting the ever-changing river of your being. Anicca, loving the unfolding, change as beauty and growth. The Buddhist principle of anicca, or impermanence, reveals a profound truth. Everything in life, your thoughts, feelings, body, beliefs, and even your identity, is in constant motion. As the transcript beautifully states, this is not a flaw, but the essence of existence, a reminder that you are not a fixed statue, but a continuous unfolding. Embracing anicca transforms self-love from a quest for a perfect, static self into a practice of cherishing your ever-changing nature. By seeing change as beauty and growth rather than something to resist, you release the burdens of regret, shame, and rigid expectations, freeing yourself to love the process of becoming with respect and trust. Impermanence challenges the suffering caused by treating the temporary as permanent. The transcript notes that much of your pain stems from believing a bad moment defines a bad life. A single mistake proves you're incapable, or an old version of yourself still controls you. When you cling to these fixed ideas, you suffer, trying to hold on to a self that no longer fits or punishing yourself for who you were. Anicca offers relief by showing that nothing stays the same, not your failures, not your joys, not even the stories you tell about yourself. You are not bound to who you were yesterday. Each moment offers a fresh chance to grow. This realization begins with seeing the fluidity of your experience. The transcript describes you as a unique passing configuration, where the way your mind works, your heart opens, or you understand the world is only here for a little while. For example, the anxiety you feel today may not linger a year from now. The joy you cherish now may deepen or fade in ways you can't predict. This impermanence isn't frightening, it's freeing. It means you don't have to carry the weight of past mistakes or shame for choices made when you didn't know better. You might pause and say, "This moment is passing, and so is the self I was." Allowing yourself to let go of old identities with compassion. Embracing anicca shifts your relationship with the past. The transcript explains that you don't need to erase what happened, but can soften how you carry it. You forgive the past, not because it disappears, but because it no longer defines the whole of you. A regretful choice, like a harsh word spoken in anger, was made by a self shaped by conditions, ignorance, stress, or pain. With new tools of awareness, you can choose differently now. This isn't hypocrisy, it's growth, as the transcript affirms. You might breathe and say, "I'm not that person anymore," releasing the need to prove you've changed, and instead trusting your unfolding. This perspective also transforms how you view the present. Knowing that this version of you, your struggles, joys, and insights is fleeting, gives you reason to pay attention, to savor, to honor it. The transcript encourages this appreciation, noting that you stop taking moments for granted when you see their impermanence. When you feel a clear breath, a warm touch, or a moment of connection, you might pause and say, "This is precious because it won't last." This doesn't create detachment, but deepens your engagement, making you awake to the beauty of now, whether it's painful or joyful. Resisting change causes suffering, as the transcript highlights. You might cling to an old identity, an achiever, a caretaker, a broken self, because letting go feels like losing something essential. But anicca teaches that holding on to what no longer reflects your truth creates pain. Instead, you can ask, "What is this moment asking of me now?" rather than, "Why am I not who I used to be?" This shift allows you to adapt, to move in new directions without apology. For instance, if your values shift or goals evolve, you don't need to force consistency with a past self. You can embrace the change as growth, saying, "This is who I am becoming." Anicca also softens expectations. You stop demanding that joy lasts forever or fearing the end of ease, understanding that all things arise and pass. The transcript notes that this doesn't lead to indifference but to appreciation. You love people more deeply because you know they won't be here forever. You cherish a quiet moment because it's fleeting. You accept difficulty because it too will fade. When sadness arises, you might say, "This won't last," not to dismiss it but to hold it lightly, trusting that clarity will return. This perspective fosters resilience, reminding you that pain, confusion, or feeling lost are temporary, and you've changed before you will again. This practice is practical and immediate. When regret surfaces, don't rewrite the past. Breathe and say, "That was then, I'm growing now." When you feel stuck, notice the thought and remind yourself, this is passing, not permanent. The transcript's guidance is clear. You stop clinging to identities, habits, or labels, even those that once gave comfort. Letting go doesn't mean rejecting your past, it means recognizing that you don't live there anymore. You allow yourself to be complex, to shift, to contradict yourself without shame, because anicca shows that being alive is being in motion. Loving the unfolding through anicca is a form of self-love that honors your movement, not your permanence. The transcript's promise is profound. You become lighter, carrying less shame, judging yourself less harshly. You don't need every moment to be perfect, because nothing stays. This doesn't lead to carelessness, but to sincerity. You stop wasting time trying to be someone you're not. You live with honesty, knowing it's the only way to be free. Every breath is a chance to love yourself as you are, knowing even this will change. and that impermanence is what makes it sacred. This love doesn't cling to who you were or demand who you'll be. It respects the rhythm of your becoming. You forgive past selves because they did their best with what they knew. You cherish present selves because they're fleeting. You trust future selves because growth is inevitable. The transcript affirms that you're not broken or behind, you're unfolding, and every version of you deserves tenderness for getting you here. By embracing Arnika, you love the beauty of change, the grace of growth, and the freedom of being a river, not a stone, flowing breath by breath into who you are meant to be. Sunyata, emptiness as space for freedom and potential. Sunyata, or emptiness, is often misunderstood as a cold void, a negation of life that leaves nothing behind. Yet, as the transcript gently clarifies, sunyata is not absence or despair. It's the quiet, spacious potential where transformation blooms. Far from denying life, emptiness is what gives it room to move, freeing you from the grip of fixed stories, painful judgments, and rigid identities. By embracing sunyata, you discover a self-love that doesn't cling to who you think you are, but flows with who you are becoming. This teaching offers a canvas of freedom, where the stories that once held you captive, too broken, not lovable, defined by the past, lose their solidity, creating space for compassion, potential, and a deeper connection to life's ever-changing rhythm. The mind, by habit, solidifies everything, as the transcript notes. It turns moments into identities, pain into personality, emotions into lifelong narratives. You believe a single failure makes you a failure, or a moment of shame defines your worth. This tightness, this grasping, creates suffering, rooted in the illusion that you must hold everything in place to be safe. Sunyata challenges this by revealing that nothing is fixed, no emotion, no judgment, no habit defines your essence. The transcript describes this as a space between all things, a field before the seed is planted, where compassion grows because nothing is permanent. Embracing sunyata begins with seeing thoughts and emotions as appearances real but passing, influential but not absolute. The transcript explains that when you understand emptiness directly, you stop believing stories like, "I'm too broken," or "my past defines me." These may arise, but they no longer root deeply. For example, when a thought of unworthiness surfaces, you might pause and say, "This is here, but it's not solid." Instead of fighting it, you observe it as a passing cloud, not the sky of your being. This act of seeing loosens the grip of painful narratives, creating space to breathe, to heal, to reimagine who you are. This perspective is liberating because it frees you from the need to be a fixed self, reacting to a fixed world. The transcript describes you as awareness flowing, responsive, ever-changing. Sunyata doesn't mean life loses meaning. It means you get to choose what meaning you give, not to escape truth but to live it consciously. Instead of asking, "Who am I really?" you ask, "How can I respond with wisdom now?" Instead of wondering, "What should I be?" you consider, "What is needed here from a place of love?" This shift from clinging to identity to embracing fluidity opens a world of potential where self-love becomes a practice of presence, not perfection. The transcript's insight that emptiness is not hollow, it's full of potential, is key to this transformation. It's the pause between breath and thought, the space before a response, where new possibilities arise. When you stop grasping at a fixed self, you allow compassion to grow naturally. For instance, when anger flares, sunyata lets you see it as a passing wave, not a permanent trait. You might breathe and say, "This is arising, but it will pass." This doesn't suppress the anger, but allows it to move through, creating room for a wiser response, like kindness or understanding, instead of reaction. This spaciousness also softens judgment. The transcript notes that a fixed identity leads to suffering. If you're always this, change feels threatening. But when you see yourself as a fluid process, arising from conditions and passing with time, you stop needing to be rigid. A mistake doesn't define you. It's a moment shaped by causes, perhaps stress or fear, that you can now meet with clarity. You might say, "This happened, but it's not all I am." This perspective creates safety, not because life is predictable, but because you don't need it to be. You can let things pass without grasping, let go without fear of losing yourself, because who you are is not a fixed story but a dynamic, alive experience. Sunyata is practical in daily life. When sadness weighs heavy, you don't turn it into a conclusion about your life. You notice it, saying, "This is real, but it's passing." When joy arises, you don't cling to it. Fearing its end, you savor it, knowing it's fleeting. The transcript highlights that this approach makes forgiveness easier, as you see that no one, including yourself, is one thing forever. You stop defining yourself by achievements, roles, or pain, allowing them to exist without forming the core of your identity. You become less reactive, as there's no tight self to defend, just this breath, this body, this moment. This freedom transforms how you relate to suffering. The transcript explains that suffering, when seen through sunyata, is not a permanent flaw, but a condition to meet, not avoid. You stop blaming yourself for feeling pain and start listening to it. For example, when anxiety arises, you might say, "This is here because of conditions, not because I'm broken." This listening sparks healing, not by erasing the pain but by holding it lightly, allowing it to pass. The mind that understands emptiness becomes less caught in struggle, holding life gently, creating space for both pain and peace. Sunyata also fosters intimacy with life. By dissolving the illusion of a separate fixed self, you see your interconnectedness with others. The transcript suggests that this understanding reduces the need to change people, allowing them to be as they are, just as you allow yourself to be. You might offer kindness to someone's struggle, not to fix them, but to share in their humanity, saying, "This pain is not so different from mine." This connection doesn't trap you in others' suffering, but opens your heart to compassion, rooted in the shared truth of impermanence. The beauty of sunyata is its promise of potential. The transcript describes it as the ground from which compassion, insight, and transformation rise naturally. You don't need to destroy painful stories. You see, they're not solid, and in that seeing, you're free to relate to them with care. Every moment you let go of a fixed identity, you create space for new possibilities, a wiser choice, a kinder response, a deeper love. You're not broken, you're a canvas of potential, as the transcript affirms, where every breath is a chance to love yourself as a process, not a product, flowing freely into the truth of who you are becoming. Releasing grasping, relating to thoughts and emotions fluidly. The instinct to grasp at thoughts and emotions, to hold them tightly as if they define you, is a source of deep suffering. The Buddhist teaching of sunyata emptiness offers a path to release this grasping, inviting you to relate to thoughts and emotions as fluid, passing phenomena rather than fixed truths. As the transcript illuminates, this practice transforms self-love by loosening the grip on painful narratives and rigid identities, allowing you to flow with life's ever-changing rhythm. By seeing thoughts like "I'm not enough" or emotions like anger as impermanent waves, you free yourself from their control, cultivating a spacious heart where compassion and clarity can grow. Grasping is the mind's habit of turning fleeting experiences into permanent stories, as the transcript notes. A moment of sadness becomes, "I'm a sad person." A critical thought becomes, "I'm a failure." This solidification creates suffering, making you believe you must hold on to or fight these experiences to maintain a sense of self. Sunyata reveals that nothing is fixed, not your thoughts, emotions, or the labels you carry. They arise due to conditions, stress, past pain, societal pressures, and pass when those conditions shift. By releasing the need to grasp, you allow these experiences to move through you, like wind through branches, as the transcript poetically describes. This practice begins with observation, a cornerstone of Buddhist wisdom. When a thought or emotion arises, don't cling or push it away, just watch. The transcript suggests noticing how a thought like, "I'll never be good enough," emerges, lingers, and fades. You might pause, breathe, and say, "This is a thought, not my truth." This act of witnessing creates space, allowing you to see the thought as a passing event, not a definition of who you are. By relating to it fluidly, you stop giving it the power to control your sense of worth, opening a path to self-love rooted in freedom rather than fixation. Emotions, too, are fluid when seen through sunyata. The transcript explains that anger, sadness, or joy are not permanent states but waves that arise and pass. When anger flares, for instance, the instinct is to grasp it, acting impulsively, or reject it, suppressing the feeling. Instead, sunyata invites you to meet it with presence. Breathe and say, "This anger is here, but it will pass." This doesn't deny the emotion's reality, but allows it to move without becoming your identity. You might notice the heat in your chest, the racing pulse, and offer, "May this feeling be held with care." This fluidity transforms how you relate to emotions, making them teachers rather than tyrants. Releasing grasping doesn't mean becoming detached or indifferent. The transcript clarifies that sunyata is not about losing meaning, but choosing it consciously. When you let go of clinging to thoughts and emotions, you create space to respond with wisdom. Instead of reacting to anger with harsh words, you pause and ask, "What is needed here?" Instead of letting sadness define your day, you say, "This is real now, but it's not forever." This shift from reaction to response fosters a self-love that doesn't depend on feeling good, but on being present with whatever arises, trusting your capacity to flow with it. This practice is especially powerful when old stories resurface those persistent thoughts that you're too broken, too late, or too flawed. The transcript notes that these don't need to be argued with, they need to be seen through. When a thought like, "I always fail," arises, don't fight it, observe it and say, "This is a story, not me." By seeing its impermanence, you release its hold, creating space for compassion. You might offer, "May this part of me be met with kindness." This act of letting go doesn't erase the thought, but changes its weight, allowing it to pass without rooting in your heart. Sunyata also softens the need to define yourself by achievements, roles, or pain. The transcript highlights that grasping at these creates a rigid identity that resists change. By releasing this grip, you allow yourself to be complex, to shift, to contradict yourself without shame. For example, if you've clung to being the achiever or the broken one, sunyata invites you to let these labels flow. You might say, "These are roles I've played, not who I am." This fluidity frees you to grow without needing to protect a fixed self, fostering a love that embraces your unfolding nature. In daily life, this practice is practical and immediate. When anxiety tightens your chest, notice it without grasping, breathe and say, "This is passing through me." When joy arises, savor it without clinging, knowing it's fleeting. The transcript's guidance is clear. You don't need to hold on to or reject experiences, you let them move. This creates a spacious mind where compassion becomes easier. You forgive yourself more readily, seeing mistakes as moments, not identities. You judge others less harshly, recognizing their actions too arise from conditions and pass. This spaciousness fosters intimacy with life, as the transcript suggests. By releasing grasping, you see your interconnectedness with others, their pain, joy, and struggles are not so different from yours. When you meet someone's anger, you might say, "This is like my own, arising and passing." This shared fluidity softens judgment, allowing you to offer kindness instead of control. Self-love through sunyata becomes a practice of holding yourself lightly, not as a fixed thing to perfect, but as a process to cherish, moment by moment. The transcript's promise is profound. Sunyata is the canvas where transformation rises naturally. Every time you release grasping, you create space for new possibilities, a wiser choice, a kinder response, a deeper love. You're not broken, you're a field of potential, as the transcript affirms, where every breath is a chance to relate to yourself fluidly. You don't need to cling to pain or chase joy. You can meet both with openness, trusting the river of your being to carry you forward. This is the freedom of emptiness, a love that flows, unshackled by fixed stories, alive with the beauty of your ever-changing heart. Awareness as liberation, becoming responsive, not reactive. Awareness is the quiet power at the heart of Buddhist practice, a liberating force that frees you from the cycle of reactivity and opens the door to a responsive, compassionate relationship with yourself. The teaching of Sunyata emptiness reveals that thoughts, emotions, and identities are not fixed truths but passing phenomena, and through awareness you learn to meet them without being swept away. As the transcript beautifully articulates, this shift from reacting to responding allows you to love yourself not by controlling your inner world, but by holding it lightly, with clarity and care. By cultivating awareness, you become liberated from the grip of old habits, judgments, and fears, stepping into a self-love that is spacious, intentional, and free. Reactivity is the mind's default mode, a reflex to grasp or reject thoughts and emotions as if they define you. When a critical thought like, "I'm not enough," arises, you might react by spiraling into shame or fighting to prove it wrong. When anger flares, you might lash out or suppress it. The transcript explains that this reactivity stems from mistaking these experiences for your identity, believing they are solid and permanent. Sunyata offers a different path. By cultivating awareness, you see thoughts and emotions as fluid, arising from conditions and passing with time. This perspective creates a gap between stimulus and response, a space where you can choose wisdom over impulse. This practice begins with simple observation. The transcript suggests watching thoughts and emotions, how they arise, linger, and fade without becoming them. When a harsh thought like, "I always fail," surfaces, pause and notice it. Breathe and say, "This is a thought, not me." This act of awareness doesn't fight the thought, but sees it as a passing cloud, not the sky of your being. By staying present, you break the cycle of reactivity, creating room to respond with clarity. For example, when anger tightens your chest, you might say, "This is here, but it will pass," allowing the emotion to move without dictating your actions. Awareness is liberating because it shifts you from being ruled by your inner weather to witnessing it. The transcript notes that you are not the voice that judges, you are the awareness that notices. This distinction is profound. When you observe a thought like, "I'm unlovable," without believing it, you free yourself from its control. You might ask, "Is this true? Is this helpful?" As the transcript suggests, grounding your response in wisdom rather than anxiety. This pause creates space for a kinder choice, perhaps offering yourself compassion with, "May this part of me be held." By responding instead of reacting, you cultivate a self-love that doesn't depend on erasing pain, but on meeting it with presence. This shift transforms how you navigate life's challenges. The transcript describes becoming less reactive, less controlled by the urge to defend a fixed self. When criticism comes, whether from within or others, you don't collapse or lash out, you notice it and choose how to respond. For instance, if someone points out a mistake, awareness allows you to say, "This is feedback, not my worth," and learn from it without shame. You become more open to growth because you're not protecting a rigid identity. This responsiveness, rooted in clarity, fosters a love that trusts your capacity to meet each moment with sincerity. Awareness also softens the fears that drive reactivity, fear of rejection, failure, or being unlovable. The transcript explains that when you see yourself as fluid, not fixed, these fears lose their power. You don't need to react to prove your worth. You can respond with openness, even when scared. For example, when anxiety whispers, "You'll never be enough," awareness lets you see it as a conditioned thought, not a fact. You might breathe and say, "This is fear, not truth," choosing to offer kindness instead of panic. This responsiveness creates a spacious heart where love can grow, not based on performance but on presence. In daily life, this practice is immediate and practical. When a strong emotion arises, say, sadness, after a setback, don't rush to fix it. Notice its weight, its texture, and say, "This is here now, but it's not forever." When joy bubbles up, don't grasp it in fear of losing it. Savor it with, "This is precious and passing." The transcript's guidance is clear. You don't need to become every thought or emotion. By observing them, you create space to respond wisely, perhaps with a kind word to yourself, a pause before acting, or a choice to rest instead of react. These small acts of awareness build a foundation of liberation, where you're free to choose love over fear. This liberation extends beyond yourself. The transcript highlights that awareness allows you to see others' actions as fluid, too, arising from conditions like pain or fear. When someone reacts harshly, you might say, "This is their moment, not their essence," responding with compassion instead of judgment. This shared understanding dissolves the need to control or fix others, fostering relationships grounded in clarity and care. Your self-love becomes a gift to the world, as the spaciousness you cultivate within ripples outward, creating connection rather than conflict. The transcript's promise is profound. Awareness is the ground where compassion, insight, and transformation rise naturally. By releasing reactivity, you create space for potential, a wiser response, a kinder choice, a deeper love. You're not broken, you're aware, alive, and responsive, as the transcript affirms. Every moment you choose to observe rather than react, you step closer to freedom, trusting your capacity to meet life as it is. This is the liberation of sunyata, a love that flows freely, unburdened by fixed reactions, alive with the clarity of a heart that sees, responds, and loves without clinging, breath by breath. Noble silence, listening deeply to unmet needs and heart's voice. Noble silence, as illuminated in the transcript, is not mere quietness or the absence of sound. It's a profound, active stillness that opens a gateway to your heart's deepest truths. Far from emptiness or avoidance, this silence is alive, a sacred space where you listen without fixing, allow without rushing, and meet your unmet needs with compassion. By practicing noble silence, you cultivate a self-love that doesn't rely on words or action, but on deep, non-reactive presence, as the transcript describes a presence that reveals the hunger for validation, the loneliness beneath busyness, or the sadness tucked behind a smile. This practice transforms your inner world into a sanctuary where your heart's voice can finally speak, guiding you toward healing and connection. In a world filled with noise, external buzz of devices and internal spirals of thoughts, expectations, and pressures, the mind becomes accustomed to running, always planning, always controlling. The transcript notes that even the effort to love yourself can feel like another task on an endless list. Noble silence interrupts this cycle, asking you to stop seeking long enough to feel, to pause long enough to notice what's been unheard within. It's not about silencing the world, but removing the distortion from your perception, creating space to hear the subtle whispers of your heart, needs you've ignored, emotions you've dismissed, or truths you've buried under busyness. This silence is not passive but deeply active, as the transcript emphasizes. It's the absence of reaction, the pause between thought and speech, the stillness between emotion and response. When you choose not to fill discomfort with words or distraction, you create a space where your inner world becomes clearer. For example, when anxiety arises, instead of analyzing or suppressing it, you sit in noble silence, breathing and observing, what is this feeling telling me? You might notice a longing for safety or a fatigue masked as irritability. This act of listening without fixing reveals unmet needs, not as flaws but as invitations to return to yourself with care. The transcript describes this practice as a way to reconnect with yourself, dissolving the disconnection caused by constantly interrupting your emotions with thinking. You might notice how quickly you label discomfort as something to fix rather than feel, or how thoughts jump in before your heart can speak. In noble silence, you give your heart a voice. For instance, sitting quietly after a stressful day, you might sense grief where you thought there was only numbness, or longing beneath habits of distraction. You might say, "This is what my heart needs to say," offering it space without judgment. This listening is healing, not because it provides instant answers, but because it removes the pressure to perform or solve. Building this practice starts with small, intentional moments. The transcript suggests that even 10 minutes of silence a day can shift something profound. Sit, breathe, and let your inner world unfold without commentary. When a thought like, "I'm not doing enough," arises, don't follow it, just notice it and return to your breath. When sadness surfaces, don't label it as wrong. Say, "This is here, and I'm listening." This silence is not about volume but presence, a stillness that allows your intuition to rise, whispering simple truths like rest, breathe, or let go. These whispers, heard only in quiet, guide you toward what you truly need. Noble silence also reveals patterns you've overlooked: the urge to escape discomfort, the need to explain yourself, the pressure to perform. The transcript notes that these become visible not to judge but to understand. For example, you might notice how often you interrupt your emotions with thoughts like, "I shouldn't feel this." In silence, you let these habits surface without shame, saying, "This is a pattern, not me." This understanding replaces judgment with compassion, creating a space where even difficult feelings are softened by being met with quiet attention, not because they disappear, but because they're allowed to be real. This practice transforms self-love into deep listening, as the transcript suggests. It's less about affirmations and more about sensing what your body holds, what your nervous system carries, what your breath asks for. When you stop using words as a shield, you relate to your presence without filters. For instance, in a moment of loneliness, you might sit in silence and feel the ache without rushing to fill it. You might say, "I'm here with this," and notice how the body softens when met with care. This isn't dramatic, it's real, a quiet return to yourself that says, "I'm not leaving." The transcript's promise is that noble silence is not isolation but connection, a true connection that doesn't need performance or explanation. In this stillness, your heart becomes your home again. You no longer chase healing, but create the conditions for it to emerge. When overwhelm strikes, you return to silence, not to escape, but to listen. When mistakes feel heavy, you pause, breathing into the weight with, "I'm here." This practice builds a relationship with presence, where you trust that being with what is, without force, reveals what needs attention. Over time, you begin to crave this silence, not because it's always comfortable, but because it's honest, as the transcript affirms. It becomes your anchor, your retreat, your reset. You carry this stillness into the noise of life, moving more slowly, speaking more thoughtfully, listening more deeply, not just to others, but to yourself. The world doesn't get quieter, but you do, grounded in a presence that fosters clarity and softness. This is the gift of noble silence, a return to your heart's voice, where you hear a truth not of judgment but of care, whispering, "You've always been enough," especially here. In Right Speech Inward, mindful dialogue for self, respect, and clarity. The words you speak to yourself shape your inner world more than any other voice, carrying a weight that echoes through your emotions, actions, and sense of self. The Buddhist principle of samyangvat, or right speech, often applied to how we speak to others, is equally vital when turned inward, as the transcript emphasizes. Right speech inward is about cultivating a mindful, truthful, and compassionate dialogue with yourself. replacing harsh self-talk with words that foster self-respect and clarity. By becoming aware of the tone, intention, and accuracy of your inner voice, you create an internal environment of safety and harmony, where self-love grows not from flattery but from honest, kind presence. The transcript highlights that you speak to yourself more than anyone else, yet this inner dialogue often goes unnoticed, shaped by habits of criticism, blame, or impatience. When you make a mistake, the first words might be, "What's wrong with you?" or "You always mess up." These phrases, spoken in a cold or frantic tone, create tension that ripples through your life, as the transcript notes, shaping your emotional state and sense of identity. Right speech inward begins with awareness, noticing the language you use, the tone you adopt, and the impact it has. This awareness isn't meant to judge but to reveal patterns, helping you see how often you speak to yourself in ways you'd never speak to a loved one. Transforming this inner dialogue starts with accuracy, as the transcript suggests. The mind often uses absolute language. "I always fail," "No one cares," "I'll never change." That carries emotional weight, but rarely reflects truth. These words close you off, feeding hopelessness. Mindful speech replaces absolutes with specifics. "This moment was hard. I'm feeling alone now. I've struggled before, but I've also grown." For example, after a setback, instead of saying, "I'm such a failure," you might pause and say, "This didn't go as planned, but I'm learning." This shift doesn't erase difficulty, it offers clarity, grounding your self-talk in reality rather than exaggeration. Another key is reducing internal blame. The transcript explains that when something goes wrong, the inner voice often assigns fault. "It's your fault. You should have known better." This traps you in shame rather than fostering reflection. Right speech invites you to ask instead, "What led to this? What can I learn? How can I meet this with care?" These questions keep you open, creating space for understanding rather than self-attack. For instance, if you snap at someone in stress, instead of thinking, "I'm a terrible person," you might say, "I was overwhelmed, and I can choose differently next time." This mindful dialogue supports growth without punishment. The tone of your inner voice matters as much as the words, as the transcript underscores. Is it cold, dismissive, or frantic? Shifting to a tone of warmth transforms how you relate to yourself. When anxiety arises, instead of a harsh, "Get it together," you might offer, "It's okay to feel this." This warmth doesn't mean everything is fine. It means you deserve respect, even in difficulty. For example, when facing uncertainty, you might say, "I'm trying, and that's enough," soothing your nervous system rather than inflaming it. This tone of care builds self-respect, creating a dialogue that lifts rather than tears down. Mindful inner speech also includes silence, as the transcript suggests. Sometimes, the kindest response is to stop the spiral of thought. When a critical voice starts, pause, breathe, and let go of the urge to narrate or analyze. This silence interrupts reactivity, creating space for a deeper truth to emerge. For instance, when overwhelmed by self-doubt, you might take a breath and say nothing, allowing the thought to pass. This pause, a form of right speech, fosters clarity by refusing to fuel unhelpful patterns, letting your heart's wisdom rise in the quiet. Encouragement is another pillar of right speech inward. The transcript describes phrases like, "You're trying," "This matters," "It's okay to feel this." These aren't empty praise but genuine support, reminding you that effort is enough, that presence is progress. When you feel stuck, you might say, "I don't have to do it all now," easing the pressure to be perfect. This encouragement doesn't inflate the ego, it grounds you in self-respect, affirming your humanity without needing to prove your worth. Self-compassion is the heart of this practice, as the transcript highlights. It's not about excusing mistakes, but acknowledging pain without doubling it through judgment. When you falter, you can be accountable without cruelty, saying, "I made a mistake, and I'm learning." When overwhelmed, you allow the feeling without calling yourself weak, perhaps whispering, "This is hard, and I'm here for it." This compassionate dialogue creates an inner safety where you can face difficulty without fear, knowing your worth isn't tied to flawlessness. The transcript notes that the quality of your inner dialogue shapes how you relate to others. A harsh inner voice makes it hard to extend compassion outward, leading to irritation or defensiveness. But a spacious, kind dialogue fosters patience and clarity in relationships. By practicing right speech inward, you become more grounded, responding to others with presence rather than reactivity. For example, when someone criticizes you, a mindful inner voice might say, "This is their perspective, not my truth," allowing you to listen without collapsing. Transforming self-talk is a practice, not an overnight shift. The transcript acknowledges that old patterns, often formed early, are strong, but with awareness, you can interrupt them. Replace one unkind phrase with a neutral one, soften one judgment, pause before a sentence that leads nowhere helpful. Over time, these small shifts create a new language of self-respect, where your inner world becomes a place you trust. This language doesn't need to be poetic, just sincere, honest, and kind, as the transcript affirms. By aligning your inner voice with right speech, you speak truth with integrity, fostering harmony and clarity, breath by breath. Ton Glen, breathing in pain, breathing out relief for transformation. Ton Glen, a Tibetan meditation practice, is a profound act of courage that invites you to meet pain, your own and others, with an open heart, transforming it through the rhythm of breath. Unlike the instinct to push suffering away, Ton Glen, as the transcript illuminates, asks you to breathe it in, not to absorb it harmfully, but to acknowledge it with understanding. Then exhale relief, softness, and care. This practice, rooted in compassion, breaks the cycle of avoidance, turning self-hatred and isolation into pathways for healing and connection. By breathing in pain and breathing out love, you cultivate a self-love that embraces even the darkest emotions, creating a transformative space where suffering becomes a bridge to compassion. The transcript describes Ton Glen as a reversal of the usual pattern. Instead of turning from pain, you meet it. Instead of closing your heart, you open it. This begins with sitting quietly, settling your breath, and bringing to mind a part of yourself that feels heavy, perhaps a moment of shame, a memory of failure, or a lingering fear. You don't try to change or suppress it. You let it be, as the transcript suggests. As you inhale, you imagine taking in this suffering with the wish to understand it. With each exhale, you send relief, forgiveness, lightness, hope. This act of breathing in pain and breathing out love is not about fixing suffering but transforming your relationship with it, creating a space where pain is no longer an enemy but a sacred part of your path. This practice is radical because it defies the conditioned urge to avoid discomfort. The transcript notes that we're taught to protect ourselves from pain, but Ton Glen moves in the opposite direction, embracing intimacy with suffering. For example, when guilt over a past mistake arises, you might breathe in the weight of that guilt, acknowledging its presence without resistance. As you exhale, you offer compassion. May this guilt be softened. This exchange doesn't erase the pain but shifts its weight, allowing it to move through you rather than define you. The transcript emphasizes that this isn't about absorbing pain harmfully, but about stopping the cycle of running from it, creating space for healing. Ton Glen's transformative power lies in its simplicity, as the transcript highlights. It requires no special tools, just presence, breath, and willingness to meet what hurts. When anxiety tightens your chest, you breathe it in gently, saying, "I see this pain." On the out-breath, you send ease. May this anxiety find peace. This practice doesn't demand perfection. It's for those tired of running from themselves, ready to face even the darkest feelings with love. The transcript notes that self-hatred often grows where softness was missing, where needs were ignored. By breathing in this pain and breathing out kindness, you create a new imprint in your heart, one of inclusion and care. This practice extends beyond yourself. The transcript describes how, once you've practiced with your own pain, you can breathe in the suffering of someone else, someone real, whose pain touches you. You don't try to rescue them or feel superior. You simply feel with them, breathing in their struggle and breathing out relief. For example, if a friend is overwhelmed, you might breathe in their stress, saying, "This is their pain," and exhale comfort, "May they find ease." This shared humanity, as the transcript suggests, dissolves isolation, reminding you that your pain is not separate from others. This connection widens your perspective, making you less afraid of suffering yours or theirs. Ton Glen breaks the cycle of emotional avoidance, as the transcript explains. It teaches that you don't need to be perfect to offer love, or free of pain to be a source of comfort. When self-hatred whispers, "You're not enough," you breathe in that pain, saying, "I see you," and exhale forgiveness. This doesn't justify past mistakes but understands them, seeing the confusion or fear that drove them. The transcript notes that this practice transforms self-hatred into compassion, not by erasing pain, but by meeting it with a heart that no longer turns away. In daily life, Ton Glen is immediate and accessible. When old shame resurfaces, breathe it in without resistance. May this shame be seen. Breathe out forgiveness. When someone hurts you, breathe in their pain too, not to take it on, but to soften your heart. May they find peace. The transcript underscores that this practice is for those willing to stay open in the middle of pain, tired of running from themselves. Each breath creates a new pattern, replacing avoidance with inclusion, fear with compassion. This isn't a technique for perfect people, it's for those ready to see that even the darkest feeling can be met with love. This practice reshapes your view of suffering. The transcript notes that you become less afraid of what's difficult within and around you, seeing pain as a shared human thread. You stop judging others' wounds, recognizing their struggles mirror your own. This connection fosters patience and empathy, allowing you to respond with care rather than reactivity. For example, when faced with someone's anger, you might breathe in their frustration and breathe out calm, breaking the cycle of pain with compassion. Ton Glen's beauty lies in its transformative simplicity, as the transcript affirms. It turns suffering into a path of connection, not isolation. Each time you breathe in pain and breathe out relief, you become a vessel for transformation, not a container for suffering. The transcript's promise is clear. This practice creates a heart that can hold pain without losing itself, a love that breathes and heals without needing to be earned. In this quiet, steady act, you find a strength that doesn't fight pain but embraces it, transforming self-hatred into compassion, breath by breath, into a truth that sets you free. Mindfulness of the body, honoring the sacred ground of awakening. Your body is not a problem to be fixed or an obstacle to overcome. It is, as the transcript beautifully declares, the sacred ground of awakening. In Buddhist practice, the body is not separate from the path, but the very place where presence, awareness, and compassion take root. Through mindfulness of the body, you end the war of disconnection, letting go of shame and judgment to listen to its rhythms, needs, and truths. The transcript reminds us that this practice is not about forcing body positivity, but about seeing clearly, treating your body with reverence as the vessel that carries you through every moment of life. By honoring it as a teacher, you cultivate a self-love that is grounded, real, and transformative. The disconnection from your body often begins with external messages, as the transcript notes. You're taught that your body must meet certain standards to be lovable, look a certain way to deserve rest, or function flawlessly to be respected. These ideas, rooted in conditioning and comparison, lead to a silent fracture where you view your body as a project rather than a partner. Mindfulness of the body counters this by inviting you to see it as the foundation of your practice, the place where you experience breath, sensation, and presence. The Buddha's teaching of Kayanupassana, the first foundation of mindfulness in the Satipatthana Sutta, underscores this. Without connection to the body, awareness floats, ungrounded from direct experience. This practice starts with turning toward your body with attention, not judgment. The transcript describes noticing how often you've ignored or resisted your body's signals, trying to control it through discipline or neglect. Instead, mindfulness asks you to listen. When your body is tired, let it rest. When it's hungry, feed it without punishment. When it's in pain, offer care. For example, you might pause during a stressful moment and notice tension in your shoulders. Breathe into it and say, "I'm here for you." This isn't indulgence, it's presence, a recognition that your body's messages are sacred cues, not inconveniences. Honoring the body means seeing it as more than its appearance or performance. The transcript emphasizes that the belief that your worth depends on shape, size, or ability is a misunderstanding. Through mindfulness, you ask new questions, not "How do I look?" but "How do I feel?" Not "Am I acceptable?" but "Am I listening?" When you feel shame about your body's changes, perhaps aging or illness, you don't fight it. Instead, you might place a hand on your heart and say, "This body is carrying me, and I honor it." This shift dissolves the grip of comparison, allowing you to meet your body with respect, not control. The body is a doorway to awakening, as the transcript suggests. Every sensation, your feet on the ground, the rise and fall of your chest, the warmth of your skin, is a return to now. For instance, during meditation, you might focus on your breath, noticing how it softens your chest, and say, "This is my home." When walking, feel each step connect you to the earth, grounding you in presence. Even pain becomes a teacher. Sitting with discomfort, you breathe and say, "This is part of my path." These moments, rooted in the body, anchor your practice, making awareness tangible and real. This practice also makes room for grief, as the transcript acknowledges. You may grieve the years spent fighting your body, the shame imposed by others, or the parts you've hidden. This grief is not weakness, it's healing. You don't rush to acceptance, but begin to stop speaking of your body as an enemy. When shame arises, perhaps about your body's appearance, you might say, "This is here, but it's not my worth." This mindfulness doesn't demand constant radiance. It allows discomfort while choosing not to abandon yourself. Each return to presence deepens respect, fostering a love that doesn't wait for change. The transcript's insight that the body is nature wearing your name transforms how you see it. Made of earth, water, heat, and breath, your body is a sacred container for life, not a measure of societal standards. This perspective dissolves shame about bodies that don't fit ideals, recognizing their absurdity. When your body is the bridge to every experience, touch, speech, connection, rest, you might thank it, saying, "You've carried me this far, not out of guilt but love," honoring its role in your awakening. Mindfulness of the body is a practice of remembering, as the transcript affirms. Every time you catch yourself in comparison, return to your breath. When shame surfaces, return to presence. When you forget your body's sacredness, come back to the truth. It's not a mistake, but the ground of your path. For example, eating mindfully, you might sense nourishment as a gift, saying, "This supports my presence." Resting, you might feel your body soften, whispering, "I trust you." These acts of attention build a relationship of reverence, not control. This practice is not a destination, but a continuous return, as the transcript suggests. Your body, ever-changing, carries grief, joy, illness, and recovery, yet remains your first home. By listening without judgment, you hear what it's been saying all along, its aches, its needs, its rhythms. You might sit in meditation with pain, breathing into it with, "I'm here." You might walk slowly, feeling each step, or rest with gratitude for your body's support. These moments are sacred, not because they're perfect, but because they connect you to the truth of your being, breath by breath, fostering a love that is practiced, not waited for. in the sacred ground of your awakening body. Brahma Viharas, balancing love with kindness, compassion, joy, and equanimity. The Brahma Viharas, or the four immeasurable states, offer a balanced foundation for self-love, guiding you to cultivate a heart that is kind, compassionate, joyful, and steady without losing itself to ego, guilt, or imbalance. As the transcript beautifully articulates, these qualities metta, loving kindness, karuna, compassion, mudita, sympathetic joy, and pechka, equanimity, are not emotions to chase, but inner capacities to nurture. Together, they form a compass for loving yourself and others with clarity, ensuring that love remains grounded, expansive, and free from extremes. By practicing the Brahma Viharas, you learn to hold yourself with care, not just when life is easy, but especially when it's hard, creating a love that is honest, resilient, and whole. Metta, loving, kindness as a gentle wish. Metta is the gentle offering of goodwill, not a forced feeling but a wish for safety, well-being, and ease, as the transcript describes. For yourself, this means stopping the wait to feel lovable and starting to practice kindness, even when you feel undeserving. In moments of self-doubt or failure, you might pause and say, "May I be safe, may I be kind to myself." These phrases, repeated with intention, shift your inner dialogue from criticism to care. The transcript notes that metta is not conditional on success or calm, it's offered in overwhelm, disappointment, or fear. By directing this kindness inward, you cultivate a love that doesn't demand perfection, but embraces your humanity, building a foundation of self-respect that softens even the harshest moments. Karuna, compassion that meets pain. Karuna goes beyond kindness, meeting suffering where it lives, with a heart that says, "I see your pain, and I won't turn away." As the transcript emphasizes, self-compassion means no longer scolding yourself for struggling or rushing to heal wounds before they're ready. When guilt or shame arises, perhaps over a past mistake, you breathe into it, saying, "May this pain be softened." This doesn't mean indulging excuses, but allowing pain to be without judgment, holding it as you would a friend's. The transcript highlights that karuna recognizes the messiness and beauty of being human, letting you meet your wounds with tenderness. This practice dissolves the belief that you must be flawless to be loved, creating space for healing through presence, not force. Mudita, sympathetic joy without comparison. Mudita, or sympathetic joy, is the ability to celebrate without competition, even when your life feels heavy, as the transcript notes. For yourself, this means allowing joy without guilt, whether it's a clear breath, a warm moment, or a small victory. You might say, "May I be well," embracing happiness without wondering if you've earned it. The transcript underscores that mudita makes self-love expansive, moving beyond soothing pain to embracing aliveness. When you give yourself permission to feel joy, even amid unresolved struggles, you tap into resilience. This joy isn't about perfection but presence, allowing you to savor life's fleeting moments without clinging, fostering a love that celebrates your humanity in its fullness. Pechka, equanimity as the balance that holds. Pechka, or equanimity, is the steady balance that keeps love from tangling into overwhelm or attachment, as the transcript explains. It's not indifference, but a centered presence that allows you to care without clinging, feel deeply without being swallowed. In moments of chaos, when anxiety, anger, or sadness surge you, practice equanimity by saying, "May I be balanced in this moment." This doesn't suppress emotions, but holds them with evenness, trusting that what rises will pass. The transcript notes that equanimity allows you to love yourself in the storm, not waiting for calm. It creates a heart strong enough to hold joy and sorrow, ease and pain, without losing its ground, fostering a love that is unconditional and resilient. A compass for balanced love. Together, the Brahma Viharas form a living compass, Not a list to perfect, but directions to return to, as the transcript suggests. When lost, you check, am I being kind? Am I meeting this with compassion? Am I allowing joy? Am I balanced? These questions prevent you from swinging into extremes, overly critical or detached, denying pain or clinging to happiness. For example, when self-criticism arises, metta offers kindness. May I be gentle with myself. When pain overwhelms, karuna holds it. May this suffering be eased. When joy feels forbidden, mudita embraces it. May I live with ease. When chaos threatens, pechka steadies you. May I find balance. This balance keeps love grounded, as the transcript affirms, rooted in clarity, not craving. This practice dissolves conditional self-love. The transcript notes, where you wait to be kind until you stop making mistakes, or rest only when you've done enough. The Brahma Viharas remind you that kindness, compassion, joy, and balance are available now, not as rewards, but as practices. They cultivate a love that grows from attention, not ambition, from care, not control. For instance, when you feel unworthy, you might combine metta and karuna, saying, may I be kind to this pain. When joy feels fleeting, mudita and pechka allow you to savor it without clinging. May I hold this lightly. This balanced love extends outward, as the transcript highlights. The more you hold yourself with patience, the more you can meet others without judgment. The more you offer yourself compassion, the more you recognize others' pain without needing to fix it. The more you allow your own joy, the less envy clouds your heart. The more balance you cultivate within, the more peaceful your relationships become. This practice isn't about perfection, it's about creating a soil of peace, as the transcript describes, where love takes root. Every return to these qualities through breath, intention, or pause deepens this foundation, making self-love a living practice, not a distant ideal. The Brahma Viharas are already within you, as the transcript affirms, felt in brief moments of warmth, softness, joy, or steadiness. By giving them attention, you allow them to grow, shaping how you live and love. You move from habit to intention, from defense to openness, from fear to care. This is balanced self-love, not loud or inflated, but honest, grounded, and enough. With each breath, you return to these qualities, cultivating a heart that loves without conditions, a love that says, you are enough, just as you are, and carries you forward into a life of harmony and connection. Wisdom in action, karma, forgiveness, and the middle way. Karma as seeds, reshaping past imprints through present choices. Karma, often misunderstood as a cosmic ledger of punishment, is instead a dynamic process of action and consequence, a living reminder that every choice plants a seed that shapes your path. As the transcript eloquently states, karma is not a sentence locking you into your past, but a seed, fluid and responsive to what you do now. By understanding karma as a pattern that can be softened and reshaped through present choices, you transform your relationship with past mistakes, regrets, and pain. This practice fosters a self-love that doesn't erase the past, but uses it as fertile ground for growth, where every intentional act rooted in awareness and compassion cultivates a future aligned with wisdom and healing. The transcript dispels the myth that karma dooms you for every misstep, emphasizing that it's not a verdict, but a call to responsibility. Every action leaves an imprint, but these imprints are not chains, they are patterns that can be understood and shifted. When you feel the weight of a past choice, perhaps a moment you hurt someone or yourself, the pain isn't karma punishing you, it's your deeper self signaling misalignment, as the transcript notes. Instead of spiraling into shame, you pause, reflect, and respond with care. You might say, this was a seed I planted then, but I can plant new ones now. This perspective turns regret into a teacher, not a burden. This understanding begins with seeing the past differently, as the transcript suggests through the metaphor of kintsugi, the Japanese art of repairing broken pottery with gold. Your past mistakes, cracks in your story, are not to be hidden but honored as entry points for compassion. For example, if you carry guilt over a harsh word spoken years ago, karma invites you to face it openly, acknowledge the harm, see the conditions that led to it, perhaps stress or ignorance, and choose a new action now, like offering an apology or acting with kindness. This doesn't undo the past, but reshapes its imprint, filling the cracks with the gold of awareness and care. The transcript emphasizes that what matters most is your relationship with the present moment. What are you planting now? How are you responding now? Every kind word, honest choice, or compassionate act is a seed that redirects the flow of karma. When you act from awareness, you cultivate wisdom. When you act from love, you foster healing. For instance, if you've avoided accountability in the past, choosing to own a mistake today, saying, "I was wrong, and I'm learning," plants a seed of integrity. These small choices, made with intention, reshape the direction of your life, as the transcript affirms, not by erasing the past but by building a new path forward. This practice is not about perfection, but presence. The transcript notes that karma asks you to see mistakes not as evidence of failure, but as chapters in a story still being written. When you feel the weight of a past action, you might pause and say, "This was a moment, not my whole story." This shift from guilt to growth allows you to respond with accountability rather than shame. For example, if you regret a time you neglected your needs, you can choose now to rest, saying, "I'm caring for myself differently today." This conscious choice softens the karmic imprint of harm, creating a pattern of self-respect. Karma's fluidity means nothing is fixed, as the transcript underscores. The emotional patterns you carry, cycles of self-blame, avoidance, or reactive responses, are also karma, but they are not permanent. By bringing awareness to these habits, you can ask, what story is repeating here? What feeling am I avoiding? For instance, if you notice a habit of self-criticism after setbacks, you might say, "This is a pattern, not me," and choose a kinder response. "I'm learning from this." These small, mindful choices, pausing before reacting, apologizing without defending, forgiving without forgetting, build the gold of healing, as the transcript describes. This approach transforms how you see your past. The transcript highlights that painful chapters like a lost relationship or a regretted decision teach you what love isn't, show your boundaries, or reveal where you were hurting. You're not the same person who made those choices. You're the one who sees them clearly now. You might reflect on a moment of harm and say, "I was in pain then, but I can choose love now." This doesn't deny the impact, but refuses to let it be the end of your story, weaving past lessons into the person you're becoming with compassion and patience. Karma's dynamic nature also fosters empathy for others. The transcript notes that seeing your own actions as fluid allows you to stop reducing others to their worst moments. When someone hurts you, you might say, "This came from their pain, not their essence," planting a seed of understanding rather than judgment. This shift strengthens your relationships, making them more compassionate and less reactive, as you recognize that everyone, like you, is capable of growth. The transcript's promise is clear. Karma is not punishment, but a path of transformation. Every conscious choice, every moment you choose, kindness over harshness, patience over reaction, softens the imprints of the past. You're not broken, you're reshaping yourself through truth, as the transcript affirms. This practice creates integrity, where you live honestly, speak clearly, and act consciously, not running from the past, but walking with it as a companion that teaches you to begin again. With each breath, each choice, you plant seeds of wisdom and love, cultivating a life where karma becomes a reminder of your power to transform, now and always. Self-forgiveness, releasing chains, and honoring humanity. Self-forgiveness is not about erasing the past or pretending mistakes never happened. It's about releasing the chains that keep your identity tethered to your worst moments, as the transcript powerfully conveys. This practice, rooted in the Buddhist understanding of karma as fluid and responsive, allows you to honor your humanity by acknowledging past harm while choosing to grow beyond it. By refusing to punish yourself endlessly for who you were when you didn't know better, self-forgiveness fosters a self-love that is grounded in clarity and responsibility, transforming regret into a path of redemption and healing. The transcript clarifies that karma is not a cosmic punishment, but a dynamic process of action and consequence, where past imprints can be reshaped by present choices. Self-forgiveness begins with this understanding. Your mistakes do not define your future. When guilt over a past action, like a moment you hurt someone or neglected yourself, weighs heavy, it's not karma dooming you, but a signal to pause and respond with care. Instead of spiraling into shame, you might say, "I caused harm then, but I can choose differently now." This shift from guilt to growth releases the chains of self-punishment, allowing you to honor your humanity rather than reject it. This process starts with radical honesty, as the transcript emphasizes. You acknowledge the impact of your actions without minimizing or deflecting. For example, if you regret harsh words spoken in anger, you face the truth. I hurt someone, and it came from my pain or confusion. But you don't stop at guilt. You meet this truth with compassion, recognizing that the self who acted was shaped by conditions like fear, stress, or ignorance. You might breathe and say, "I didn't know better then, but I'm learning now." This dual awareness of past harm and present wisdom makes forgiveness possible, as the transcript notes, turning regret into a teacher rather than a tormentor. Self-forgiveness is not about making excuses, but about refusing to keep your heart in chains, as the transcript beautifully articulates. It's the recognition that you cannot heal through self-punishment. When you carry shame for a past failure, you might say, "This was a moment, not my whole story," choosing to offer kindness instead of cruelty. For instance, if you feel guilt over a missed opportunity, you don't rewrite the past. You say, "I was doing my best with what I knew." This compassionate response doesn't erase the pain but softens its hold, creating space for new actions, like showing up with integrity or making amends where possible. The transcript highlights that karma responds to what you do now, giving you agency to reshape your path. Every kind word, honest choice, or compassionate act plants a new seed, redirecting the flow of karma. If you've avoided accountability in the past, choosing to apologize sincerely today, saying, "I was wrong and I'm sorry," is a powerful act of forgiveness. It doesn't undo the harm but transforms your relationship with it, building trust with yourself through actions aligned with your values. You might reflect, "I'm choosing love now," planting seeds of healing that soften the weight of regret. This practice is a path, not a switch, as the transcript underscores. Some days, forgiveness feels easy. Others, old guilt resurfaces, whispering that you're too far gone. These moments are part of the process, not failures. When guilt returns, you don't argue with it, you return to presence, saying, "This is a feeling, not my truth." Repeating this act of compassion, even when it feels hard, rewrites the karmic pattern, as the transcript suggests. Over time, these small choices, pausing before self-blame, offering kindness instead of judgment, create a new narrative of growth, not punishment. Self-forgiveness also means honoring your humanity, recognizing that mistakes are part of being alive, as the transcript affirms. You're not meant to be flawless. Imperfection is not a flaw, but a feature of your path. For example, when you feel shame for a time you acted out of fear, you might say, "I was human then, and I'm human now." This perspective releases the need to hold yourself to impossible standards, allowing you to offer kindness without needing to earn it. It's a love that says, "You don't have to be perfect to be worthy." This practice extends outward, as the transcript notes. When you see karma as fluid, you stop reducing others to their worst moments, just as you stop reducing yourself. If someone hurts you, you might say, "This came from their pain, not their essence," fostering empathy rather than judgment. This softens relationships, making them more compassionate and less reactive. By forgiving yourself, you learn to forgive others, seeing that everyone, like you, is capable of growth. The transcript's promise is profound. Self-forgiveness is how you reclaim your voice, rebuild trust with yourself, and allow love to reach long-abandoned places. It's not a light or superficial freedom, but a deep, grounded one, rooted in knowing that your past shaped you but doesn't confine you. You stop hiding from what happened and start carrying your story with integrity, sharing it where it can help, learning from it where it can teach. For instance, reflecting on a time you let someone down, you might say, "I've grown from this, and I can show up differently now." This act of forgiveness creates space for new actions, deeper love, and a future that reflects your presence, not your past. Karma becomes a path of redemption, as the transcript affirms, not a burden. Every conscious choice, every moment you choose, compassion over shame, responsibility over self-attack, rewrites what karma means. You're not broken, you're reshaping yourself through truth. With each breath, you honor your humanity, recognizing that you always have the power to begin again. This is the freedom of self-forgiveness, a love that doesn't cling to chains but releases them, cultivating a heart that is whole, responsive, and alive with possibility. 5 remembrances. Awakening reverence for life's truths. The 5 remembrances, as taught by the Buddha and highlighted in the transcript, are not somber warnings, but clarifying truths that awaken reverence for life's fleeting nature. I am of the nature to grow old, to become ill, to die. All that is dear to me and everyone I love are of the nature to change. My actions are my only true belongings. Far from inducing fear, these remembrances, as the transcript notes, are tools to ground you in reality, stripping away illusions and sharpening your priorities. By embracing these truths, you cultivate a self-love that honors your impermanent human existence, fostering a life lived with depth, integrity, and gratitude, not because it lasts forever, but because it doesn't. I am of the nature to grow old. The first remembrance, I am of the nature to grow old, releases the pressure to remain forever youthful, as the transcript suggests. Aging is not a failure, but a deepening process, a sign of a life lived. Instead of clinging to a frozen image of how your body should be, you honor its changes, wrinkles, aches, or slower steps as part of your path. You might say, "This body is carrying me through time," offering it care rather than criticism. This perspective stops comparisons with younger versions of yourself, allowing you to embrace the wisdom gained through experience. By loving your aging body, you cultivate self-respect that values presence over appearance. I am of the nature to become ill. The second remembrance, I am of the nature to become ill, invites compassion for your body's vulnerabilities, as the transcript notes. It's not about inviting sickness, but acknowledging that you're not immune. When illness or fatigue arises, you don't blame your body, you listen, saying, "I hear your needs." This mindfulness turns illness into a teacher, slowing you down, calling you inward. For example, if you feel unwell, you might rest and say, "This body deserves care." This remembrance fosters a love that respects your limits, softening the expectation of constant productivity and grounding you in presence. I am of the nature to die. The third remembrance, I am of the nature to die, is clarifying, not morbid, as the transcript emphasizes. It strips away what doesn't matter, sharpening your focus on now. Knowing life is finite, you live more fully saying what needs to be said, listening with presence, loving without delay. You might pause in a quiet moment and say, "This breath is precious." This awareness doesn't steal joy, it magnifies it, as the transcript suggests, encouraging you to cherish small details, sunlight's warmth, laughter's sound, breath's rhythm. By embracing mortality, you release grudges faster, knowing time is too precious for resentment, and cultivate a self-love that prioritizes living authentically. All that is dear to me and everyone I love are of the nature to change. The fourth remembrance, all that is dear to me and everyone I love are of the nature to change, softens your grip on relationships and possessions, as the transcript describes. Love is not ownership, connection is not control. When a relationship evolves or ends, you might say, "This is changing, and I can love it still." This perspective allows you to be present in each interaction, knowing it may be the last in its current form. You pause more, forgive easily, and express gratitude while you can, fostering a self-love that extends outward, cherishing others without needing to hold them tightly. My actions are my only true belongings. The fifth remembrance, my actions are my only true belongings, centers you in integrity, as the transcript highlights. Not achievements, status, or image, but how you live, how you speak, act, and show up when no one's watching defines what lasts. This truth encourages intentional choices, a kind word, an honest apology, a compassionate act. You might reflect after a difficult moment, did I act with care? This remembrance doesn't demand perfection, but invites you to live without regret, planting seeds of love and wisdom. By aligning actions with values, you cultivate a self-respect that endures beyond fleeting externals. Together, these remembrances dissolve illusions, as the transcript affirms, waking you to life's reality. They help you stop wasting time chasing invincibility and start living honestly. When you feel the weight of aging, illness, or loss, you don't fight it, you say, "This is part of my path." This acceptance fosters a deep self-respect, not based on superficial success, but on honoring your fleeting existence. You might sit in meditation, reflecting on these truths, and say, "I am enough, as I am, in this moment." This practice makes every breath a chance to love yourself, not despite life's impermanence, but because of it. The 5 remembrances transform how you move through life. The transcript notes that they bring courage, allowing you to take risks aligned with your heart, speak from depth rather than fear, and make peace with endings as part of new beginnings. When you feel old patterns of self-doubt, you return to these truths, saying, "I am changing, and that's okay." This perspective fosters joy rooted in clarity, not denial, celebrating the simple fact of being alive. You find meaning in presence itself, not in extraordinary moments, but in the ordinary, each breath, each step, each choice. This practice is a continuous return, as the transcript suggests, woven into small moments. A deep breath during stress, a pause before reacting, gratitude for a fleeting connection. These remembrances become part of your inner landscape, helping you face difficulty with openness and meet endings with gratitude. They anchor you in what's real, fostering a love that doesn't need to be perfect, but is lived fully, with eyes wide open and a heart alive to life's truths. By honoring your impermanent nature, you cultivate a reverence that says, "I am here, and I will love this life, breath by breath, exactly as it unfolds." End. Pechka, steady balance amid chaos and overwhelm. Pechka, or equanimity, is the quiet strength that anchors you in the midst of life's storms, a balanced presence that holds emotions without being swept away. As the transcript beautifully conveys, Pechka is not indifference or emotional numbness, but a warm, grounded ability to feel deeply while remaining steady, even when chaos or overwhelm threatens to unmoor you. This practice fosters a self-love that doesn't wait for calm, but shows up in the heart of the storm, allowing you to meet joy, sorrow, or uncertainty with clarity and care. By cultivating Pechka, you become the eye of the storm, present, awake, and free to love yourself through life's intensity without losing your center. Life's waves, anger, anxiety, sadness, or fleeting joy can pull you into extremes, as the transcript notes. Without equanimity, joy turns into attachment, fear into paralysis, or sadness into identity. Pechka offers a different way, creating a space between stimulus and response, where you can choose how to meet each moment. For example, when anger flares after a conflict, you might notice the heat in your body and pause, saying, "This is here, but it's not all of me." Instead of reacting impulsively, you breathe and choose a response rooted in wisdom, perhaps saying, "May I hold this with balance?" This gap, as the transcript suggests, is where freedom grows. This practice begins with mindfulness, observing emotions without immediately acting on them. The transcript emphasizes that Pechka doesn't erase feelings, but changes how you relate to them. When sadness weighs heavy, you don't fall into despair, you say, "This is passing through me." When joy arises, you don't cling, fearing its loss, you savor it with, "This is precious now." This evenness allows you to cry without shame, feel deeply without apology, yet not let emotions define you. You become the space in which they unfold, as the transcript describes, fostering a love that holds both pain and joy without losing its ground. Pechka is cultivated through attention and patience, not force. The transcript suggests pausing when a strong emotion arises, naming it without judgment. This is anxiety. Breathe and remind yourself, this moment is not forever. Over time, this practice settles your nervous system, teaching it that not every wave requires a reaction. For instance, when overwhelm hits, you might sit, feel the racing heart, and say, "I can hold this." This steadiness isn't cold, it's warm, accepting, allowing you to be fully human while remaining clear, as the transcript affirms. This equanimity transforms self-love by allowing you to care for yourself in chaos. The transcript notes that you don't need to feel peaceful to be kind. Pechka lets you love yourself when anxious, angry, or exhausted, saying, "Even this belongs." For example, during a stressful day, instead of criticizing yourself for struggling, you might offer, "May I be gentle with this moment." This love, rare and unconditional, doesn't wait for perfection, but shows up in the mess, holding you steady as you navigate life's turbulence. In daily life, Pechka is practical and immediate. When a mistake triggers self-doubt, pause and say, "This is a moment, not my worth." When praise lifts you, don't cling, say, "This is kind, but it's not me." The transcript's guidance is clear. You don't need to chase good feelings or resist bad ones. By observing them with balance, you stop being ruled by inner weather. This steadiness extends to relationships, allowing you to listen without absorbing others' chaos or needing to fix their pain. For instance, when someone is upset, you might say, "I hear you," responding with presence rather than reactivity, fostering clearer, more compassionate connections. Pechka also helps you let go of needing life to go your way. The transcript highlights that peace doesn't come from controlling outcomes, but from meeting them with clarity. When plans fail, you don't collapse, you say, "This is what is, and I can respond wisely." This doesn't make you passive but wise, acting from care rather than fear. Each time you stay with discomfort without distraction, sitting with anxiety, breathing through anger, you build strength, as the transcript suggests. Each choice of stillness over urgency deepens your capacity to remain steady, creating a love that holds all experiences without losing itself. This practice makes silence and stillness nourishing, not a void to escape. The transcript describes finding peace in simple acts, breathing, sitting, being, knowing you don't need to chase anything to be okay. When chaos erupts, Upekka is your anchor, not erasing the storm, but giving you a place to stand. You might say, "I can hold this without breaking." This steadiness, as the transcript affirms, is not detachment, but deep inclusion, a heart that says, "I can hold all of this joy, pain, chaos without losing myself." The beauty of Pechka lies in its transformative power. Your suffering becomes less sharp, your joy less fragile, your love more unconditional, as the transcript promises. You learn to love yourself, not by fixing emotions, but by holding them with balance, not by controlling responses, but by choosing wiser ones. This equanimity creates a spacious heart, trustworthy to yourself and others, capable of meeting life's intensity with grace. Every breath in this practice is a return to balance, a reminder that you are not broken, you are steady, present, and alive, loving yourself through the storm with a heart that remains open and whole. The middle way. Sustainable self. Love through discernment and integrity. The middle way, as taught by the Buddha and illuminated in the transcript, is a path of balance that fosters sustainable self-love by navigating between extremes, neither indulging in excess nor punishing with denial. This practice, rooted in discernment and integrity, invites you to care for yourself with honesty, asking not just what you want in the moment but what truly nourishes your heart and aligns with your values. As the transcript suggests, the middle way is not about being neutral or indifferent, but about staying connected to reality, responding to your needs with wisdom rather than impulse. By walking this path, you cultivate a love that is steady, intentional, and whole, honoring your imperfect humanity with grace and truth. The middle way counters the swings between overindulgence and self-denial that disrupt self-love. The transcript notes that without balance, self-care can become neglect, avoiding challenges or justifying harmful habits, or turn into punishment, setting impossible standards, or equating rest with weakness. Discernment is key, requiring you to look beyond fleeting impulses to what supports your long-term well-being. For example, when stress tempts you to scroll endlessly instead of resting, you might pause and ask, "What will truly nourish me now?" The answer might be sleep or a quiet walk, not distraction. This choice, rooted in clarity, fosters a love that sustains rather than escapes. This practice begins with attention to your patterns, as the transcript emphasizes. Notice when you're reaching for comfort to avoid discomfort, perhaps overeating to numb anxiety or pushing too hard under the guise of productivity. These are not moments to judge, but invitations to understand. You might say, "This is a habit, not my truth," and choose a response that honors your needs. For instance, when exhaustion hits, instead of forcing yourself to keep working, you might rest, saying, "This is care, not weakness." The middle way teaches you to discern between what feels good now and what heals over time, fostering integrity in your choices. Integrity in the middle way means aligning actions with your deeper values, as the transcript suggests. It's not about rigid rules, but about asking, "Is this how I want to live?" When you feel pulled to say yes to a demand out of fear, discernment might lead you to say no, protecting your energy. When you're tempted to avoid a challenge, integrity might urge you to show up, even if it's hard. For example, choosing to apologize for a mistake rather than defending yourself reflects a love that values truth over ego. You might say, "This choice reflects who I'm becoming," planting seeds of self-respect. The middle way also requires boundaries, as the transcript highlights. Saying no is not neglect, it's respect for your limits. Saying yes to your needs, rest, nourishment, or time for reflection is not selfish but builds resilience. Discernment asks you to consider the impact of your actions. How does this choice affect me and others? For instance, taking a break to recharge isn't just for you, it allows you to show up more fully for others. This balance ensures self-love is not isolated but interconnected, rooted in clarity rather than compulsion. This path embraces both structure and fluidity, as the transcript notes. You might have routines like meditation or mindful eating, but remain flexible, adjusting when needed. If you miss a practice, you don't judge yourself. You return saying, "I'm here now." This gentleness acknowledges that rest and discipline are not opposites but forms of care when chosen intentionally. When uncertainty arises, the middle way offers space to pause and feel the next right step. You might ask, "What is the most loving action now?" not the easiest or hardest, but the truest, fostering a love that is sustainable because it flows with life's changes. Joy finds a place in the middle way, free from guilt. The transcript suggests you don't shame yourself for enjoying life or believe suffering is necessary for growth. When joy arises, perhaps in laughter or a moment of connection, you embrace it, saying, "This is mine to feel." This doesn't mean chasing pleasure, but trusting it when it's rooted in presence, not escape. Everything, eating, resting, working, playing, becomes sacred when done with awareness, dissolving the divide between spiritual and indulgent. You measure self-love not by how much you do, but by how connected you feel to yourself, asking, "Am I listening? Am I honoring my truth?" The middle way fosters resilience in life's unpredictability, as the transcript affirms. Needs shift, circumstances evolve, and balance is not a fixed state but a dynamic dance, like walking a tightrope with constant adjustments. When you lean too far into comfort, perhaps avoiding a hard conversation, you return with discernment. What does this moment need? When you push too hard, you soften, saying, "I deserve rest." The practice isn't perfect balance, but returning with compassion, trusting your ability to navigate messiness with wisdom. This path transforms self-love into a relationship, not a task, as the transcript describes, based on respect, not rules, care, not control, presence, not performance. Every choice to pause before reacting, to meet yourself with wisdom, strengthens this bond. It might look like choosing sleep over scrolling, walking away from a harmful habit, or showing up for a commitment despite fear. These small acts of integrity create a life that is stable, kind, and whole, as the transcript promises, aligning you with the truth of your changing needs and imperfect humanity. The middle way invites you to live with honesty, not swinging between extremes, but walking a steady, compassionate path. You don't need to be flawless, you need to be present, discerning what serves your heart, and acting with integrity. With each breath, you return to this balance, cultivating a love that doesn't demand perfection, but embraces your unfolding self. As the transcript affirms, this is sustainable self-love, a path of discernment and integrity, where you honor your complexity, step by step, with a heart that is open, steady, and enough.